Flatten all the asses and prioritize the top scars. Only kind of heroin for BioWare's black tar. Identity graffiti, IP studio dies. Unnecessary non-binary propagandize. Activist inject queer tits disappear. Gay dev here stay drooling on their headgear. No DLC, of course. You wash your hands. Good luck selling future games with no fans. Checkpoint beta test a bonfire well met. She likes horns and Bowser and Baphomet. Force androgyny because you like the smoke crack. The only time they fantasize about you's near train tracks. Modern audience demographic selected. Woke stains cannot be disinfected. Sabotage profit with political correctness. Remove choice cause no one will naturally select this. Mainstream media's dead, what can I say? Peanut the squirrel murdered new Harambe. Shill blowjobs won't save a dead franchise. Unqualified DEI demise. Shinichiro Watanabe said you're gonna carry that weight. Dick and balls having developers wanna menstruating complete like Batman without Pennyworth. Already in the books, but go ahead and get your money's worth.
Man, I don't know how to follow that up except adding the myth, the legend, the man himself. Kyle, welcome to the stream, man. This is an honor to have you.
Thank you for having me. I just realized I have a smile for my little dude, and I forgot to program him to have that. So it's up. It's just assume I'm smiling. You know what I mean?
You're gonna be very serious tonight.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing in the chat tonight? I have some new clips that I downloaded. I'm very proud of myself for trying to figure out this whole StreamYard shit. But no, it's funny. Me and Kyle were talking earlier tonight, and earlier today, I should say. And we wanted to cover some of the craziness with the new Dragon Age. And I figured, man, this would be amazing if Kyle could join. And sure enough, he was available. The ever elusive Kyle. So Kyle, just let everyone know who you are if they're not familiar with you.
All right, I'm some douche on YouTube, and a lot of people get really mad about points that they realized over time they can't refute. So I guess the best that I can manage from people is them just going after me in a way that's personal, but that's okay because sometimes it gets the message out there faster. I think you learned that real well, Smash JT.
Oh, and yeah, I definitely have. The funniest thing is we were talking to the pre-stream. There's some people that like Atreus was mentioning how he was frustrated. Like people will come after me, and then when he has similar talking points on different topics, they'll come at him, and then they'll be like, "Oh, actually, you're black. Never mind." And then they won't fight him, and he's like, "What? What the fuck? Like you go after Hypnotic, you go after Smash. Why are you just backing down from me just because I'm black? Like what the hell is going on here?"
It's crazy how many of their points unravel when oh my god, am I like loud enough? Forgive me. When they find out either that you have a woman in your life, or that, you know, whatever thing they had in their head canon doesn't line up with reality, then it's like they vanish.
It's just, yeah, like a fart in the wind. So I know you were talking earlier, you wanted to cover a specific video that you posted on Twitter. I know there's plenty of other videos to cover too, but the one specifically was, I believe, hold on a second, let me present it. Well, actually, before I present it, we got Havoc gifting the 5 Smash JT memberships. Represent Havoc. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. For everyone that gets a membership, you get access to all these live streams after they go to members only after their lives. So shout out to Havoc for that. That was very kind of you. Let me bring this up. Don't want to share my private DMs. That would be weird. Present. Share screen.
Let me know if this background is too busy. I just had the idea to put the commercials behind me, and they're weird and weirdly spaced, so nothing's going to flag, but you'll be fine.
Okay. I didn't really notice too much. Now, you know what, though? Now that you said it, now I'm going to start noticing it. Son of a... But before it was fine. That's cool. So did you just want to hop into this, or did you want to talk about something else?
Sure. It's just, I was hoping that you would kind of just treat anybody that hadn't seen this yet, because to me, as cringe as it is, and I know that I kind of blindsided some of the people watching my video with it, because I had a version of it in there with more of my reactions, and this one trimmed some of that out. But the long and short of it is, when they're going to come at you in the future with how you're insensitive, you're racist, you're anti-diversity because you're mentioning DEI. The separation from people like us is that we can, at a glance, gauge lazy pandering and how that differs from diversity or inclusion or whatever they're calling it, right? And this is the perfect, it's the shining example of what an activist will render a game down to. This is just a vehicle for them. And my favorite line, I'm not going to spoil it, but I guess we'll talk about it when we get to the end, is just something the writer needed to say, so they put it in there regardless of whether it fit. So as a game, to me, Dragon Age is trans because it's claiming to be something that it's not. It's this thin coat of paint over what used to be that might have appealed, but doesn't appeal now because it's not what you're saying that it is. And that's great.
You know what's really sad about that is this had so much potential to be one of the all-time great games. It really did. Like, if they
riding on the back of Baldur's Gate, they could have really slid some stuff in there, and if it was tasteful, if it was subtle, people would be forced to tolerate it.
It's almost like it was so over the top that they were almost trying to create memes out of it.
It's funny you say that, because if you or me wrote this character and or these characters, and our intention was to make the writers look stupid, we wouldn't change a goddamn thing. So that's a joke? Me telling the truth is funny because you did such a garbage job that you're like mocking yourself with this writing. And there's a moment in this where I say, you don't even know what you're saying, do you?
Right.
Because you're roasting yourself. And the codex thing, the notes or whatever, where it's just like there's a part of that where it says, brother, I try not to read it because it's like, if I talk about this, they're going to be mad at me because I'm too heterosexual. And I'm just going to say,
you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to talk about it.
They are just triggered by a woman being feminine, and we have it verbatim in the codex. What a tragedy. That doesn't need any time to become comedy. It's funny now. But that's...
Not to jump ahead, but to talk about the codex real quick, I just want your thought. Do you feel like that was accidentally left in, or do you feel like that was purposely put there as inner thoughts of Tron? Or what Tron is it? What the hell's her name? Tron? I can't remember the name.
Tosh.
Tosh. There we go.
Tosh, yeah.
You think it was left in there by accident or on purpose?
I think it's in there on purpose, man.
I mean,
I think the only accident is them not being aware of how this actually comes off. And Concord's the perfect example of that. Behind the scenes, they were clapping. They were thinking this is going to go off a riot and everybody's going to love it. And it comes out and everybody's like, so which one of y'all was responsible for this one?
And real quick, too, before we even get into the video, did you hear Hypnotic was suspended from X for 7 days?
What the fuck? Because they're mad about that character that they made within the confines of the game. They're biting off more than they can chew. They're going to make that boy more popular. How many times we need to explain the Streisand effect to him? Who knows? That's why the Sweet Baby thing started. And I'm hearing, I think I saw Var Dark earlier. I was doing some painting and stuff. And Dia, I promise. Okay, she's not listening. Good. But, because I know if she heard that, she'd be like, what? Anyway, but I know, and this is kind of messed up that I have to admit it, but this group, Sweet Baby, that we all recognize as just a lightning rod to help people understand that there are many other consultancy agencies. When Vara made her little video today talking about the dude's name was like Nathan or something, and I'm like, where do I recognize that name, man? And I'm so glad that you've been in this as long as I have, because he's one of the 5 guys that Zoe Quinn slept with.
From the OG, yeah. And he does the what the fuck's that website? The founders that after they got fired from Kotaku, the Aftermath. They seen the Aftermath or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's just another second wind as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Oh no, it is. It's literally a second wind. It's compromised of everything that I've understood about the people. They are the same exact people. It's like crazy to me, like how many of these robots are created where they all have the same mindset, do the same thing, and have the same transgressions.
They're just getting mad because anybody's listening to anybody, but they've unleashed so many people that are just furious with this stuff because it couldn't be a little bit. It had to be complete, like a corruption with them and their ideology, and they don't care about this. If they could go back in time, they'd do it again. So forgive me. I know
Right.
just right in my mouth, yeah.
And I, just for full transparency, I keep saying the word trans. For full transparency, I haven't seen this entire video, and that was on purpose because I wanted like an authentic reaction to this with you tonight. So I was like, I'll save it for tonight. So.
Yeah, it's just all of it. Some you've seen, others. Ugh.
So let's start it out and let's see how far we get before we gotta pause it.
I'm going to kiss you. I'm going to kiss you.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there.
Yeah. Jeez, man.
I think this might last us about 12 hours with the way I'm gonna be pausing this. Holy shit, that is peak cringe right there, where it's like this strikes me as someone who's writing for a character that has never been in love and they have no idea how to be romantic with someone.
I've looked at this stuff so many different ways and trying to find the version of it where it works, like it lands for the intended mature audience. It's as if it were never considered. So to me, I almost wonder if this was made for like the brain rot generation where even though they're claiming this is a mature audience game, they intend to remove portions of this and then throw it onto the internet. Because I've already seen them giving out codes to anybody identifying as non-binary for free. And they're not really questioning whether or not, I got eyes everywhere. So It's like, hey, are you asking how old these people are for this mature game? And people are on the internet defending, oh, well, it's a mature game, Kyle. Kids aren't going to see it. Oh, yeah, because kids aren't in Call of Duty lobbies. I have 50 forgive me. I have 50 clips just from playing Black Ops where the kids are just like, guess what, N-words? And I'm like, all right, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I mean, that's not allowed anymore, though. You can't do that.
Not that they'd be gravitating to this, but when it's on shorts and that's exclusively what people are watching and this Pixar-looking garbage pops up and they're like, oh, this is what I like, you know what I mean? Before you know it, they've got a non-binary lecture in their face with Reddit writing. And cool.
I'm going to kiss you right now.
Man.
I'm just thinking about my own personal life, like with my own wife. If I approached my wife like that and said that, she'd be like, get the fuck out of my face. Don't talk to me like that. It's like so cringe. It's not even
the type of thing we'd say if we're trying to capture a reaction. Like we're wearing glasses with a camera on it. Yes. And we're just like, I'm going to kiss you right now.
I saw someone in the comments earlier up here. They were like, I'm surprised she asked for permission.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm surprised she didn't ask for permission because that's what they're all about. Is this is a form of
consent.
Eating grape.
Right now.
Barely even wearing a shirt.
So what I wear is a problem for you?
It's not. It's just, why dress like that? Are you trying to make your mother happy? It's just something my mother said the other day. And I act more like a man than a woman. I am not my mother. It feels right when she says I act more like a man. It feels right. Why does it feel right?
Do you like being a woman?
Nobody likes being a woman.
Oh, gee. Brother. So when you have the codex leak, and in the codex the line is, like, you're uncomfortable because other girls are being feminine. Tell me that's not visibly apparent to a heterosexual like me years ago, down to the character design of a lot of these characters where it's like, are those breasts? Not on my game character.
I'm going to become a developer so I can chop those off.
The same energy that has people freaking out at a magazine cover because the girl's too hot, those Victoria's Secret models should be fat until they lose enough millions to come to their senses. That's in the video games now.
Well, they put the creators in charge of the dynamics of what is being created. And the creators themselves are more often than not, just ugly people inside and out. And
But inside specifically, I know ugly people. We know all kinds of cultures of people. And the sanitization that just, it's specifically claiming to be inclusive, but it knows what pretty is, it knows what hetero is, and that is never going to be prioritized while they're around because they view that as the default and think they can socially condition people, and it's so commie, man. I'm quite over it. Yeah, everybody's.
The funniest thing is growing up, I don't know if it was the same for you, but like the whole like hearing about the commie stuff was like always like just like I never saw it in real life. I was just like, yeah, commie, haha, bad. And as I'm getting older and I'm starting to see it, I'm like, oh my God, like it's really in your face when you open your eyes to see it, you know. it's
not just what I consider, like, if you didn't know the mechanisms or kind of the approach that these people would take, just seeing it as a gamer, you're just like somebody that wants to unwind, and this is your alcohol. This is like you tying one on or just, you know, kicking back, and you see this propaganda. You see censorship if you're trying to speak out on it. Looking at Asmongold's community getting banned. Yeah, he had some controversial things to say, but it's funny how that only leans in one direction and never the other. And this is exactly how I felt about the Hypno situation, where Spear Chucker, as a black man, I'm telling you, if that wasn't a thing you could do in the game, maybe it would be more offensive. I recognize that from that guy, it is insensitive and potentially intended insensitive, but it's kind of going to get as much attention as you want to give it. And when the intent of giving it attention is basically just to cancel this guy instead of actually having a problem with what's said, you're exposing yourself.
And that was
yeah.
That's why it was so fun to talk to people about that situation, because we knew all of that going into it, and we knew that they didn't know that. Like that.
It's 1984 for me, man. Black and white, newspeak, thought crime, objective truth or ratification, everything. And to watch them try to unperson people when they have a truth that they're speaking, that the best they can manage is to, like, kind of put words in their mouth, make it seem like what they're saying is not what they're saying. I'm quite over it, because I could take this treatment, as a lot of gamers think. I think gamers could, but seeing it happen to other people is what really gets under my skin, man. They don't deserve that.
Well, what you said in your video the other day really hit me when you were like, I'm a black man, and I could I could fall back on the, oh yeah, bruh, like I've been oppressed my whole life, and the world's got me down, and I could easily fall back on that. But you know what? No, I'm self-respected, and I'm gonna bust my ass. I'm gonna make something myself. Like all these other people, it just comes down to just being fucking lazy and wanting to blame it on something.
And it's having such a detrimental effect on the causes of these people. So even when I look at entities like Abubakar Salim of Sucre Baby, or whatever they were calling themselves before Sweet Baby Inc., just this year, I do not see a black man. I see a person using blackface to further their agenda, to put their hand out and receive whatever's coming to them. And in that regard, there are some people in these studios that are using pronoun face. They don't give a shit about this dyed hair bullshit life. And they're setting those people back with their lazy restrictions that they're putting on design, their lack of attention to detail, their lack of passion. They are taking the positions from qualified people, and for them to then gaslight when we as lifelong gamers recognize the deterioration in quality at a glance is like so insulting that when I see them going after you, Hypnotic, Grums, Vara, whoever it may be, I realize they have no idea. This isn't about you guys specifically. It's about more people than they could imagine that know what's happening. They're not curious. They're not confused. They're not like, it's not up in the air what's happening. They know what's happening. I guess we'll have to get louder about it.
Well, we are, I think, to your point, we are pawns in their game, and this is a game to them where they're like, we need to
They're pawns in BlackRock's game.
Yes, but they don't see it. They don't see it like that. They think they're in control when in fact there's a puppet master pushing them to do things and they can't even think for themselves, which is beyond wild, surreal. But back to this video though, real quick, just something that hit me on it. I found it fascinating that the very audience that they're trying to pander to are the same people that try to push women into power, push women into equality, push feminism forward, and they champion a game that pushes trans activism. And that same game, it's talking down to why women suck and why no one wants to be a woman, but being trans is cool and hip. So maybe you should think about doing that. And I got to be honest, I feel like it divides that side where they're a little bit confused. They're like, yeah, trans. Wait a second.
It only works if the audience is as dumb as the people writing it. So with this,
said.
absolutely, and it's misogynistic. We don't use those words because the people typically using them against us are projecting. But this is, by definition, the same way some people avoid the definition of woman, misogynistic, because you're putting the woman below. You're tearing her down, and to us, it's as we look at old Harley and new Harley and like a Sushi Squad, and we can just see the difference. And in the writing here, when people compliment this game, the one question I have for them is, have you played a Dragon Age before? Because, and before this game came out, the one thing I had to say was, I can see this being praised as a decent game, but a good Dragon Age game? No. And that was what Andromeda's problem was. But to think so much time would be wasted on the gender, non-binary, blah, blah, blah. I don't feel like a man, I'm a woman, and the codex. And okay. Like you said, look how much of this video is left, and it's all this.
It's lost the plot. It's strayed too far from what the point was. Like you were saying, if they were Baldur's Gate about it, where they were a lot smoother about it, it might have been a lot more well-received. But this is just so in your face, and there's so many examples of it that it's like, and they say it doesn't happen until what, chapter 8 with Tosh going through all this stuff, and it's like, and if you want the platinum, you have to do a trans character. You have to, like, it's forced in order to platinum the game.
I don't know too much about Sophia Norwitz, so much past the fact that they're trans and they say the things that they don't want her to say, which is how I gravitate towards everybody. Mm-hmm. But they were tweeting how they were trying to 100% the game, and some bug made it so that they couldn't do it. And I'm just like, well, I'm glad that mattered enough for them to not get done. But all of this we're going to watch, woo, you better believe it's in here. You better believe it.
And I know we got to get back to this video, but this part right here, I just keep getting stuck on. Like, if I was, because this game, you got to be honest, it's directed towards I would argue, a more female crowd. Sure, men can play it, of course, and a lot of them do, but I feel like it's really catering to the women. At least that's the vibe that I'm getting from it. So I find it kind of funny how self-deprecating they are about being a woman and how no one it's like the journey, the challenges of being a girl in this world and how nobody likes it. Whatever happened to being like a strong-willed, mentally sound woman that's confident in her body and is just fine and accepting of that? Why is that not okay anymore?
This game had one hope, and it was to pin all this insufferable, delusional, gender ideology bullshit on this character alone. And like I said, if you and I were making this game and our intent, hypothetically, were to make these people look bad, we would make them look exactly like this.
But if we made this game and we made them look exactly like this, guess what would happen? We'd be fucking canceled. Yep. People would be like, how dare them make a mockery of trans people?
So to go back to what you're saying about how the audience is predominantly women, my girlfriend, she reads a lot of kind of not sophisticated at the end of the day, but borderline like sophisticated smut. You know what I mean? It's really well written in the way that maybe you've probably read like a Star Trek book or something that's just like so dumb, but it's so well written. Like,
Yep.
these guys really knew what they were doing. You couldn't put it down. It was just a real page turner. This guy was really waxing something. By the end of it, it's about crew members walking to the other end of the ship and having a conversation. But the way it was written was really
How
good.
they got there, man, it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, the journey. Anyway, so the thing that I see here is so much dumber. It's just disrespectful on a level where I think you're making more enemies in your intended demographic. And that reminds me of two things. Volcano High, which was another Sweet Baby Inc. game, where most of the game is padded with, what's the word? Dungeons and Dragons type nonsense. So if you ever look up like somebody reviewing that, even what I would consider kind of cozy game lovers, they hated that game. And it's because so much of it is padding. The other time was in Spider-Man 2, where you could taste the woman writers just unloading, trauma dumping in the midst of this Scream fight. And it would be one thing if we felt like this was this character that sucks. But with Dragon Age, just like Spider-Man, you know it's the writers that feel this way, that need to inject this, that really feel like they're doing something and expect that carry me, white savior kind of reaction from everybody, when in reality, you are a detriment to the cause you claim to be a big fighter for.
The changing the whole perspective of what a game traditionally has been, where, especially in a role-playing game, you are playing the role of someone. You are experiencing a journey and you are selecting the direction. And they have changed it to, we are going to preach and you are going to listen and you are going to be indoctrinated with all of our fucked up live stuff that we've lived so that you understand the challenges that I've had in my own life as a developer. And I'm like, I don't know about you, Kyle, but when I pick up a controller, that's not what I'm looking for.
This is the same reason people hate Starfield. And I'll quickly touch Shillup, who, for all intents and purposes, he put out some scathing things that he said about this game.
That was such a bomb drop, mega bomb drop.
It was a blessing in disguise, because the last thing any of us expected was for somebody that they'd actually selected when they cherry picked the people they wanted to talk about this to actually tell the truth. I bring up what he was talking about very quickly just to touch on how even he found a problem with the level design, comparing it to an Overwatch map. And it's because this is all just like an amusement park ride that is the type where you're just looking around. So you've been to Universal Studios and you just have like maybe you even have like a headset on. I
was just at Disney with the kids for a family reunion. I know, come and cancel me because I went to Disney World, but there were some rides we went on, like the Jungle Cruise, where they toned everything down and nothing is scary. Nothing.
Oh, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. That's so sad to hear.
It was terrible. And we just sat there and it's like all this fake
shit.
That
makes me think back to what's her face? Rachel Zegler, who said, oh, I'll never go back on those rides because who wants to go on that? And it's like, oh my God.
It's sad. They've destroyed what it used to be. Like, it used to be a really, I mean, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, to your point though, it feels like you're on one of those where it's like, why am I even on this ride? There's nothing dangerous. There's nothing exciting. It's just, you're looking around. Like,
And that's how our games feel. Like they've just taken all of the good, all of the edge out of it. The same thing you're discussing or, getting at with this, everyone felt with Starfield. I could see that at a glance. I played Fallout 76. I knew that this engine would write a check that they ass couldn't cash. It took a year for half of them fanboys to come to terms with what was going on, but I'll say it as plain as day. They realize they've been robbed of the kind of choice they used to have in an RPG, to be who they want to be, to carve the world out, to have developers that were as high tier a bastard as we were, to anticipate the kind of stupid crap they would do, and then have an answer or reaction in the world. And I love when Valve's guy talks about this. Because, yes, Gabe talks about how anticipating what the player will want to do and then having a reaction to that is 100% of what makes an immersive game experience.
Yes.
With Starfield, with this game, there are so many things you're just not allowed to do. You can't do that. You shouldn't try to do this. It won't have a reaction. And when you look at games like Starfield especially, and how ugly everybody was and how specifically dark-skinned everybody was going to come out, even though it should have been an algorithm making it relatively random, you realize the reason you're not allowed to pull the trigger, the reason you're not allowed to take somebody's clothes off. And it's because the leanings of the people making these things politically, and of course BlackRock deciding what is and isn't okay to make these games more tame, is making it so we have less choice. The experience is therefore more forgettable, and we are not immersed.
Well,
And we weren't immersed. What? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it's sanding the edges off. It's rounding the corners. There's nothing edgy about anything. It's just a bland experience.
How do you feel about game media before this game came out giving this thing a gum job?
Expected, because it's the world we live in.
Surely they should have understood this would only heighten suspicion among most people and force them to wait. My belief is their gum job.
You're giving them way too much credit. You really think they think that far ahead?
I know for a fact some people.
They're too busy juggling each other's balls to care about what the audience is even going to think about them.
Man, I just know that some of them are self-aware, and I have to imagine that there's an audience. Well, not all officers.
No, I gotta call you out here. This is.
Here's what I look at. Here's what I look at. I'm looking at Paul Tassi. I'm looking at Eric Kane of Forbes.
Funny, I was just thinking of Paul Tassi when you said something self-aware. I'm like, you think?
But look at that. And if you've seen that tweet that I made recently, just putting them side by side, Paul Tassi had here's the difference between reviews where you have to own the game and reviews where you don't, and he showed Steam versus Metacritic. But then there's an article for Forbes by Eric Kane titled Dragon Age, the Veilguard is clumsy, preachy, and its political messaging does more harm than good. Two different journalists for the same freaking
But here's the thing. Eric Kane has proven himself to be legitimate, based as fuck, real gamer. Every article I've seen from this guy is like, this guy is not long for the industry. They are going to push him out. They're just looking for an opportunity because he's too good at what he does, and they can't have that because he goes against the grain. And how often have we seen people who go against the grain have a long tenured relationship in the game industry? Name somebody else. Name one person. Name anybody. Yeah, I'll give you all the time in the world.
Yeah. It just, I'm just glad for the opportunity to make a hypocrite out of these losers.
Right.
Because they're shining this game, and it's going to be a shining example. And for people like me, for people like you who will bring it up because everybody else will forget it. And that's what they kind of hope that we do. Mm-hmm. But are you ready to see Astrobot in freaking Concord at the Game Awards? Like, Jesus.
Well, Astrobot should be there. I think you're thinking of Dustborn.
I don't have a problem with Astrobot. I don't believe that it should be, let's say, put up next to maybe Wukong, maybe Rebirth, and these other games that is as cool as I think this thing is. I'll give them this. You could. I mean, I'll disagree with you slightly. You could talk me into it. Like I could see where someone could, because again, when it comes to a review in a game, it's all subjective. So if you really have a passion for Astrobot, okay, you can talk me into that. But if we see Veilguard win, when we see Veilguard win Game of the Year, that's when I call bullshit, because it's like that you can't. That's objectively false. I feel the exact way about Astrobot because intuition as a gamer tells me gamers are less excited about that game and journalists are more excited about that game. That's what puts me off, is the understanding that this is more popular for them than it is for gamers, specifically versus things like Rebirth, things like Wukong, and some people are going to put, things like Dragon's Dogma and Veilguard on there, but I just realistically gotta wonder, what are they doing putting some of these next to each other?
Well, we got the updated Veilguard user reviews are 3.9. Earlier, I saw it was like 2.5, so it's come up. It's come up a bit. But to your point, the stark contrast between the critic reviews and the general public is wildly different here. Now, obviously, you're going to get the trolls that are giving it a 0 out of 10, which in this case, I could almost see that because, yeah, it's injecting ideology. I don't want that in my games either. So I could see a 0 out of 10 justified because you don't want that anywhere close to your games. That actually, in this case, might be a justified score.
I just don't want it to seem like I'm coming off hard on Astrobot. I just think, it's an inclusive too. Come on, man. You know, they're gonna be finding ways, technicalities to. I bet Power World won't be considered because it's early access too.
Well, and because it's in the middle of the lawsuit with Nintendo, and Nintendo, they don't want to piss off Nintendo by acknowledging it.
That's no better than the woke reasons that things aren't being, factored in.
No, exactly. Exactly.
You know what I remember? I remember them roasting Call of Duty. You remember that? They brought out the voice of the new God of War guy. Still new to me because fuck them. But they said, I remember. It was about how short the campaign was in Call of Duty, one of the previous ones. And
yeah, it was
that's
like
okay
4
to
hours.
tease. That's like fun and fine to tease. But you know what I think it deserves to be teased at this year's show is Concord. You think they're going to do that?
Oh, God, no.
Why not?
Because they're friends with all the people in the industry. They're
Friendships, and we don't want to say the bad thing and do the wrong. It's not about the gamers. It's just about that money. And I get it. That's how a lot of these shows should work. But I'm feeling the same way about things like Astrobot. Maybe it's less about a merit, or people voting, and it's entirely about how your friends feel, which is why I'm a little bit angry at Astrobot already. Not because it's not a good game, but because maybe there's criteria greasing that machinery that's going to make it right next to where it shouldn't be. And I guess I just want to put that out there as almost like a prediction. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, that's fair. And it brings up a good point because people always say reviews of games are so subjective that you can't. How can you have a universal selection for like a game of the year by a curated group of people when inherently the game itself is subjective? It gets to a whole ideological thing on the other side, but I get it with movies because it's like, okay, lots of budget, big money, big people, okay, but even the movies have kind of in recent years it's become more indie. Hollywood sucks now. And the Oscars aren't what they used to be because it's all devolved. And it almost feels like that's what happened with gaming too. Like,
it hasn't almost happened. It's definitely happened for at least half a decade. And now that there's such consolidation among, I consider half of these publications just like IGN Hut Juniors, where they all have the same opinion and are going to be voting along those lines. And I have reason to believe that, let's say, a person that is a big candidate right now, they're one incorrect tweet away from not being factored in. You believe the same thing. You believe like they couldn't put no Trump shit or any of that thing that doesn't align with what everybody on their side agrees with, because it would just be the end of the world, and they want people out of the studio and they can't work with this purpose. Like,
because it's a cult at the end of the day. It's not may the best product win. It's we have an ideology we're pushing. Some might say it's communism. Some might say it's Marxism, but some might say it's a new world order. Whatever you want to call it, it's something much greater than the product itself, and they always put that above the product. And that's why I go back to the whole Eric Kane thing with Forbes. And I love the guy. I've never talked to him, but I love the guy, and that's why I worry that he is not long for the industry.
I just wish they had some sort of tenure or could just wait it out, because some of these people are so on the out, you know? And looking at people specifically like this Tassie entity of freaking Forbes, dude.
I feel like
This guy
used to be great. I don't know. I feel like
Tassie used to steal content from Redditors for his dumpster juice freaking Destiny takes. So even though as a writer, I'm sure he's competent, a broken clock is right twice a day. It doesn't change that you've seen a person on Twitter take someone else's tweet and retweet it exactly the way that it is. That's what Paul Tassie does.
Yikes.
And he's been doing it for a decade. And I'm not the only person who sits here and watches this kind of garbage. I mentioned Shillup earlier. You know, he blocked me years ago on Twitter. Guess what it was for? You ever heard of a plagiarist called Philip Mewson? He defended this guy. And when I had something to say about it, it's time to block Kyle for it. You want to hear a similar story about every other fucking hack in this stupid ass industry that's blocked me for shit that was, I don't know, objectively truthful? They could claim that I got a dirty room or crazy history and all of this bullshit, but it's always going to be an attack on my person as if I'm running for freaking mayor, because they dare not address what I've come to understand is best to show people, not tell them. So I better be crazy, bro. It better be a tinfoil conspiracy theory thing, but now everybody's coming around to that because you're experiencing it. Your comments are hidden, right? The likes are disabled, right? They're posting their lies and they're saying, comments locked. I'm running off to Blue Sky to reset era. You can't comment on me. Here's my translator. Oh, they're an activist. They say fuck white people.
They hate white people. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What the fuck?
Totally.
That's making me look bad? Y'all think that's making me look bad? What the fuck? All right, man. Run your mouth. Shit.
Now that skill up story is fascinating to me. I wonder if he'd apologize if
I don't want an apology from this cocksucker.
No. I'm not saying that because fuck, the apologies don't mean shit.
Yeah.
Because these people are like that. I get it. But I experienced something very similar when I was covering the Gerard the Completionist shit like a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I was, as many people, I mean, I grew a pretty good audience from covering that. And a lot of people were loving the coverage and very respectful of it. But you know who wasn't? Is his inner circle of YouTube friends that have known him for years and were not a big fan of me just calling it like I saw it. And they saw my videos were getting a lot of views, a lot of attention.
And that's what bothers them the most.
And that bothered them so much, even though it was the truth. They're like, no, fuck you. You can't do this. And I'm like, well, what? I'm like, my brain couldn't even comprehend it. I'm like, wait, I can't. You're not allowing me to talk about this. It's YouTube.
And you know why? You know why they can feel so firmly like that? It's not just about them feeling righteousness and thinking they're the right one and you're the wrong one, so they can treat you however. It's that in their cult, they ain't allowed to speak. So when they see you speaking, they're like, you're not allowed to do that. Okay.
They're like, yeah. Our rules, they don't allow us to do this. What are you doing? So I had a bunch of them block me during that whole saga when he came out with his rebuttal video against Carl Jobs, was like threatening to sue him and was like super aggressive. And I called that shit out in my video. I'm like, what is this guy doing? This is like the worst response ever. And like looking back, not to pat myself on the back, but looking back, it was spot on what I said. And these people were blocking me, calling me out on Twitter, tagging me, getting their audience to come after me because they were so angry that I was calling it like I saw it. And I'm like, that's what they do. They want to silence the opposition no matter how right, because it's not about truth. These people want to obfuscate.
Yeah.
They want to blur the lines. They want to make a gray area when it comes to truth. They don't want there to be a harsh reality so that in that they can change, manipulate, and make the truth their own so that ultimately, at the end of the day, they end up right, even if they're wrong. Which
I try to make them always wrong, but I just don't like that guy, so it's okay. Yeah. That's why I've become so visual with half of the things that there's 4 images that I have been seeing everybody use, and I've been using them for like over a year now. The 4 images are Itchy and Scratchy after Marge got at them. So they were forced to sit on the veranda and just drink lemonade?
Yep.
Okay. Smooth SpongeBob. This is SpongeBob with like no blemishes. He's like, hey, how are
Like
you?
a popsicle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We have Doris from Shrek.
Yep.
That's the indicative of almost every female character that they're making.
Yep.
And lastly, the Burger King Kids Club. That's what I think gaming is right now. It's just so.
Don't knock the Burger King Kids Club. I love that shit.
I love them too, but they were almost cartoonishly like multicultural. Yeah, they're about as crazy as the
What
what
guy
was
in
it?
the wheelchair? Wasn't his name Wheels?
Oh man, you know that's my favorite joke in the X-Men movie, man. When Hugh Jackman says, "What do they call you, Wheels?"
Wheels.
Like yes, yes. Ah.
Great. Well, real quick, because we've been going for a while here. Let me do an intermission for the supers, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
We got Paul Drawn Destiny for the 20 banger. Thank you so much, Paul. Finally, I get to see Kyle on stream. This is going to be hella interesting. I don't know if I do this for the 20. Sure, it's quick. Thank you for the 20 banger.
Oh, cool.
I love that. Aki for the 2. Thank you so much. Kyle and JT on Fox Woman Win.
Fox Woman.
I was hoping you could help me out with that one.
Yeah, no,
Silence.
Damn.
Soon, maybe, if we find out about it. Mikey Doucette will sub for feet pics about $3.50. $2. McDuggan's got the clout. McDuggan's is taking over the internet. You know, I wrote an article at smashjt.com for McDuggan's. I haven't published it yet because there's a lot more information that I want to put into it. And it's already a book in itself. But this McDuggan's story, it has legs.
They let him make it inside the game. So
That's literally the premise of my article. Of like people coming at him. It's literally using the sliders. You can't get mad at him.
And
right?
that story's bigger than any of the people that are mad. And that's why they're mad. The story's bigger than them.
Oh, because one thing somebody told me a long time ago is, and I try to, ironically, I fail at this all the time. I try to never make the story about me. And I often fail at that because it always somehow comes back to me. But these heavy quote journos
Oh, yeah.
always seem to try to make it about them. And I'm like, no, you are the reporter. Your job is not to make the story about you. You are to give it the factual basis and premise and let people decide on their own.
I always feel like journalists are writing a recipe, you know? And if you ever go into an old school recipe on the internet, there's a life story there they want you to scroll through. Yeah. And it's like, no, please just tell me the ingredients and how long it needs to.
Before you even get to the story, you got to get through how many ads to get to the story before you even get to the ingredients.
Just like a games journalist site. Jeez.
The Culture Casino for 2. Go, brother. Have to get you on that game place. I'm assuming you're talking to Kyle because I've already been there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That game place is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got to get you everywhere, man. Retromeister for 20. Oh, a 20. Wait, let me do it. I don't know if that's going to get annoying, but it's not for me. I don't think it will ever.
It's not. I love Barrett, and I'm so glad that he exists as a character. Dude, before diversity in video games. How did that happen?
And weird,
you know what I mean?
Weird, by the way. He's my favorite character in Final Fantasy. So, yeah. All these people try to call me racist. What?
The racist thing to me is that racist depictions from Japan of Americans make me fist pump and smile and happy more than the crap that they put in games these days.
100%.
That they're calling representation. Yeah. Well.
Anita Sarkeesian's Gamergate ruined Lara Croft and the Mortal Kombat woman. Now it's escalated to now Lola Bunny, She-Ra, Tila, Tana Bandicoot, She-Hulk, Harley Quinn. It's examples of continuing to attack sex, culture, and society. And that devolves to, I'll let you take this. What are your thoughts on how everything always devolves to sex with these people?
It's a projection because of their degeneracy. And the weirdest contradiction in my whole existence on the internet, because you know how weird and diaper, furry, freaky, baby oil, creepy they are. But they're implying not only do we not touch grass or touch women or that we're some sort of degenerate, but if anybody would know how unpopular they'd make something by de-sexing it, it'd be them.
Mm-hmm.
So how do they think that this has legs, you know? This clash is so inevitable because it is not normal. They need to say, well, normal people. It's like, no. You're the abnormal fucking person. Half the people would rather put their hands up and back the fuck out of a room before they look at you and try to have a conversation. But you're trying to, this is normal?
We gotta get to the whole what is a woman? I gotta back that up. What is normal?
God. And your new definition, us disagreeing, is bigotry. Okay, man. What is there to say to that?
Transphobic, homophobic, bigot.
I bought a game and I'm a transphobe. Oh man, call me a turf then, bro. And the way they were being, you're getting charity streams ruined because you're insufferable cunts on the internet. You're getting your own. This was my favorite thing in the world. Hogwarts Legacy pissed these people off so freaking hard. They were going into people's streams and getting the word trans banned. Yep. You're so stupid. Who's doing that? They're doing that. They're evil. You made that happen. And that's how it is on the internet right now. That's how this non-binary crap in Dragon Age is right now. A detriment to the cause. And it's going to get people going, if I see this in anything, pass.
And if they got their way with what words specifically they want to cancel, there'd be nothing left we're allowed to say.
Big time. And the list of things that are offensive grows every day. Right. So they want us just agreeing.
You can't, like, this is a conversation I'd love to have with anyone on that side. It's like, how do you not understand what you're doing is detrimental to life itself? like communication is very important and you're trying to limit that. How do you not understand this? Let people, by the way, if they're gonna be jackasses, say stupid shit, be racist, be homophobic, be transphobic publicly out there, let them. That way people can understand who they're dealing with and know to avoid them. Why would you want to silence that and not know about them? No one can give me an answer for that.
They're forcing people to ask those questions. One of the biggest questions I had before kind of getting put in my place by my girlfriend was understanding why so little of them speak out against them. Like, as a black man, right? Mm-hmm. If I see some people stealing bikes, I'm like, brother, look, you know how this is going to look, man. It doesn't matter if saying something doesn't really have an effect. Let me just say this thing, man. Don't do this thing, man. This is gonna look weird. And Dia's Mexican, so this we see this stuff, and you felt it too. One of my favorite segments on SNL. What a crazy thing to say. SNL isn't funny, but one of the remaining amusing ones is when they have a news segment with a black and a white guy, and they give each other permission to get racy by reading racial things for the other race under the premise that the other guy wrote it. So I'm black and I give you jokes about blacks and you give me jokes about your people and then we can read it and that's like the whole thing. Everybody should be able to joke like that, man. And I listened to the guy that made the Boondocks and the things that he say apply to right now. It sucks.
100%. You just reminded me of something that I wanted to get your opinion on if you saw this. Man, we are all over OCD over the map today, by the way.
My bad.
You and me. I always am. I think both of us together are not. There's no one driving this train. We're just talking. We got 1,100 people in here. Hit the like. Holy shit. Hi, everyone.
Whoa, wow.
When our powers combine, we are OCD and all over the place. But let me before I go to what I wanted to show real quick, let me just go through these. Adair Soto for 2. It's more like a woman's fantasy book of libraries. Trying to relate that. Was that from this Tosh character? Probably. Thank you for the 2, Adair Soto. Jelani, the Saverings Wood for 5. You two have lately become two of my favorite commenters in the space. Keep going, the both of you. Look at that.
Well, thank you, Jelani. Wow.
Kyle, I saw some of these already. You're about to get glazed right now. I hope you're ready.
Oh no.
G Game Master 16 for 10. I feel like the ESRB system started off in the 90s as a way to prevent kids from seeing degenerate mature themes, but today they try to appeal to their Marxist friends that actually. Oh yeah, the ESRB. I don't know if you saw this, Kyle, but Savvy got blocked by the ESRB today on Twitter. Did you see that?
Yes. And I have to wonder if that's some jackass running a social media account, or if because it's supposed to be run by fairly official people, so we'll have to see where that goes. But
that's somebody that's a well-known at this point figure, and I would even say it's bigger than a niche community. I feel like she's kind of broken out of the bubble. And
you know why they blocked her, though? It's the same reason they blocked me. Because when, not ESRB specifically, but when most people block me, if it isn't a personal thing or some hang up they have with something they heard, or it is specifically because my point is irrefutable. With other people, they can kind of run around and bait them into conversations, or have a straw man that they throw at them, and people will engage with it. With me, I have a picture that I tap, much like the meme. And I go, I'll tap this picture as many times as you want to try to confuse the issue. You may be trying to construe it or imply, oh, is this what he means? No. What I mean is very clearly indicated here. As schizo as it may seem. And if you can't understand it, maybe it's not for you. But some of those people are billboarding the message, which I'm thankful for. Her getting blocked, I almost am glad for it, because it's going to make her voice louder here.
Dude, that's going to wake people up. Like, that's something that's a video topic. Like, holy shit, there's so much stuff I don't, you're a creator, you can probably relate. There's so much stuff I want to get to that I just haven't had the time to. And that's one of the things that I really want to cover, because that is a big deal. Like, her getting blocked is a huge deal.
I'm willing to be, childish in desiring an indication of this. But I want to ask you, do you think that the ESRB should consider labeling ideology, like political ideology, in kind of rating a game?
No. And I'll tell you why. Because my thought on the ESRB goes the other direction. I think they should be disbanded.
Really?
I don't think they should be doing more things and putting more limitations out there. I think they need to be disbanded. They are starting to push way beyond what their original intent was, and it's starting to impact censorship. It's starting to impact how games are getting made, and it's starting to affect the industry in a very negative way. And it's not anywhere close to the origins of Night Trap and Mortal Kombat anymore. It's well beyond what it originally set out for. And you got to remember,
and I are old enough to remember Night Trap was like, it was bullshit what they were going at it for.
100%. They showed the one scene with the thing around the girl's neck, and they're like, oh.
But they were accusing it of things that were not true too. It reminds me of Anita Sarkeesian so much, where she was saying at one point, you get points for killing somebody.
Money. It's a follow the dollar. These people are making an issue because they know that's a career for them if they can get this board created. That's all it was. It's not protecting people. Fuck out of here with that. And now you move forward now with the internet. There's literally, and this come from a dad with kids.
Yeah.
Like there is very little need for the ESRB. There's so much crowd control in how games are created these days. And people are so much more educated than they ever were in the past. And this generation right now understands gaming way better than the previous generation ever could have. That, to me personally, maybe I'm on an island. I don't know. I haven't been reading the chat.
No. I mean, it's all so corrupt. It's difficult to gauge where to move from this point forward, because they're not just going to disband that without a fight. They'd never consider something like my assertion that, hey, maybe indicate this political ideology bullshit in there, especially since it's going to create a dialogue or argument about what politics are. And to me, it's as cut and dry as, like, in-universe politics, obviously acceptable, but when you're bringing in this stuff from your real life, and God, man, like I said, I'm so glad for this game, because it's going to be an eye-opener for people who thought that video games were something that they're clearly not anymore. They're just vehicles for people's message. And the sooner we get,
that's kind of what I worry about with it, though, because this pushes it more down the road of, oh, we might need more censorship because we can't fucking trust these devs with their ideology injections these days. And I don't want more censorship. I want games to return to being good and get these devs out of the industry that are fucking it up for everyone else. But maybe that's simplifying it too much.
It's not. It's just when I see them, because we flinch at activists, rightfully so. We've seen their inability to not only separate themselves from their work, but resist injecting their ideology into the game, which becomes even more easier the more of them populate the studios. So before you know it, in some cases, let's just use the Nightmare Concord scenario, the whole studio could be chock full of them. And the people who know better are too scared to say anything, and they're the toxic positivity, whatever. And then we have a final product that everybody is repulsed by. And they're downplaying that.
Well, I mean, they downplay all they want. The wallets speak for themselves. But anyway, let's go on to the next one. Retromeister for 10. There's a quote I came up with years ago that I think best sums up what's going on. When you replace escapism with realism, it's no longer fantasy. Need I say more?
It's very true. It's very true. And worse, you know, look at where gaming came from as far as a normie's concerned. You're jumping on a Koopa, taking that shell and kicking it at something. Realism, bro? You know?
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a big gray area with this because I'm like, I agree with you and Retromeister, but at the same time, there's a way to do realism correctly in a fantasy world where you feel so engulfed in the world because it feels real. The problem is they're using like real life realism where it's like takes you to modern day shit to heels versus babyface, like your pronouns and shit in a fantasy game or transgenderism. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Johnny 718 Bravo for 2. Crap like this makes me miss 2000 and 2010. Yeah, I feel like we've been saying that, but yeah, I wish gaming would get back to that. Mr. DJ Fly High for 5. Check out 8-bit closed fist reviews and take of Dragon Age Veilguard on his Instagram. You familiar with 8-bit closed fist?
Absolutely not. I know 8-bit Eric.
Yeah, I know him too. It's just 8-bit Eric's alternate ego. Let's see. He's got 21,000 followers. He's not a nobody.
Oh yeah.
Let me real quick. Is this it?
We have no idea which one of these it's. Oh boy, Dragon Age Veilguard review.
First off, I've only played Dragon Age Inquisition. So
come on, man.
In-depth lore.
What?
You know? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? You know, you're telling, hey man, I'm about to review this apple pie. Hey, how many pies you tried before? You know, I had a cherry pie, half of a slice one time. Anyway, here go this review. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You know, that's what a lot of people who take issue with the Dragon Age game have heard of Dragon Age before this one. So I'm glad that you think, oh man, you know, this one's not that bad or something. I'm kidding. We can go in. We can go. Because I don't know.
Review.
Sorry.
This is not it. First off, the game is pretty. They do a good job at manipulating.
First off, man. Ugh.
Light and colors and shadows to make sure that every turn gives you a.
Don't worry. I feel like the way he's talking, I feel like this is half sarcasm. I'm waiting for him to pull the Uno reverse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the game's as beautiful as his background is well mapped for the green screen because something keeps artifacting back there. Yeah, continue.
Good glimpse of some beauty. It's not this super big open world game. It's pretty linear, and so is the story. There's a few twists and turns, but overall, you understand where it's going. The story, the characters, the quest design, all of that is written very well. But the dialogue along the way...
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today.
Not so much. It's not the worst thing I ever heard. It ranges from serviceable...
Can you stop it there? Can you stop? Oh my God. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. It's not that bad. That's what really made me like start showing people how ugly the women in video games are. If I need to make a little collage so you can see them all next to each other because they're so ugly and forgettable, people don't remember. But I show people Farquaad Black Widow, they can't tell the difference between her and Mary Jane. It's just big-jawed women that are so visually indistinct to men of all people. If they look like Lara Croft, we'd be remembering her in our dreams.
Well,
to
your point though, all these developers want to make the games, and the women specifically, all look androgynous, all big jaws, all kind of thick bodies.
And they want us like this black boy talking about it ain't that bad. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. What a glowing fucking review. Thank you for your time. I'm glad I made time to sit here and listen to this bullshit where you saying, well, it ain't that bad. All right, man. All right. Thank you for the fucking casual, normie, outsider perspective on something that is not specific to one game, bro. This is an industry-wide thing we're observing, where the more we tolerate, the worse it gets. And the intolerant entities are the ones that tolerate us least, to the point where we can't speak. Dislikes disabled, comments locked. It ain't that bad. It is what it is. Shut the fuck up. That's my problem with half of the black people out here. Is they just bending over and arching their back to take that. Please turn this shit off. I don't mean no disrespect. You got me fucked up listening to stuff like this. The fuck you holding a Mass Effect Andromeda disc for? It better be comedy, nigga. What's happening?
You're killing me, man.
This shit is so stupid. God.
Oh, my cheeks. God damn.
I apologize. No, I can't. Like this thing that I recorded. If I couldn't bring myself to laugh at it, I might have gone crazy. I scratch my head sometimes, and I wonder if it's like a nervous tick, and I'm gonna wear like a hole in the side of my skull. This is some of the cringest bullshit I've ever seen in a video game, and it's like I have to be thankful. I have to remember. That's why I keep reminding myself: be thankful. Now everyone will see. It's not just you going, man, guys, Spider-Man is woke, guys. No, please. Look how they are about Stellar Blade, guys. This is the wokest shit that I can show people in other languages, and they go, "Gay?" You know what I mean? That's what's up. This shit in Dragon Age is what's up. I'm sorry, continue, whatever.
Holy shit, man, you're great. So anyway, thank you, Mr. DJ, for the 5 and that sidebar we just that's great. Bikini Draws, what's up, man? For the 10, Kyle and Smash, 2 of my favorites. Thank you so much, Bikini. Very talented artist, by the way. Pippa Kisatani National for 5. Fox Women is the streamer. Oh, Kirsha. Oh. I know Kirsha.
Yeah, we know her.
Yeah. I didn't know she had an alternate ego.
They probably just call her Fox Woman.
I mean, she does have the foxier thing, so yeah, that makes sense. Benjamin Long for the 2. Tell Kyle about me making Tassie mad. God, I don't remember specifically what it was, but yeah, Benjamin Long did DM me a story about how he pissed off Tassie, which I'm sure you'd appreciate.
Couldn't have been hard.
Right.
Not saying I don't appreciate the work. Not that I'm encouraging that. No, we don't condone all of that.
Hasn't blocked me. So, and I've replied to a couple of things. I mean, I've kept it very professional with them, but I'm surprised just based off my videos. Yes.
You know me. Sometimes I want to make sure what I write gets seen, and I'll just put a little bit of seasoning on that comment. You know what I mean?
I wish I had the video of the salty guy doing the salt thing.
That's exactly what I did. Just
right. Adair Soto for the 2. This game is a definition of grooming for kids. I mean, did you see my video about the groomer that they hired to be one of the writers?
Like I remember earlier, I was saying if the writing was just dog shit for this Tosh character, it'd be one thing. But for all of them, they're insufferable. There's the dwarf one who's adorkable. There's the Asian girl that's like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull a barf. This crap is tailor-made to be pulled out, extracted, put on YouTube for a short, put on TikTok, and then all the kids, they hope, will just be like, whoa, if I misgender somebody, I'll do push-ups. Idiot.
They're trying to create a thing, and it's so cringe. It's so boomer.
They're trying to make fetch happen. They're all boomers. They might as well. They might as well be. Because I think we could go to old people in our family and have something edgier than this.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Even if they just go to that one racial level, it'd be edgier than this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, back in the day, for sure. Shit. Night Demon for 2. The war is cool. Boots are harmful. Boots bad. Boots bad. that's what they're trying to do. Sex, okay, but only if it's two women, or if you identify.
Give me a second. My audio just got weird.
Can you hear me now? Are we losing you? Oh no.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure. It's not me. I think it was just you. Maybe.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Audio went bad for Smash. I saw it in your chat. Okay, good. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All good now. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, they want boobs bad for some reason. I mean, I love ass. Don't get me wrong, but I always forever a boob guy. So
What I love is occasionally I'll see some streamers that they clearly have. Maybe they haven't paid monetarily, but you know they've thrown a little bit of attention, or maybe they sent them some stupid thing in the mail, or maybe they give them privilege in their discords, like they're a mod or something, and they will stream. And some of these girls, man, the titties. I mean, forgive me, they're just huge. And all I can think when I see these girls is, you're gonna do a great job advertising this game, but you couldn't make yourself in the character customizer, and
Good
that's so
point.
sad.
I didn't even think of that.
These girls can't even represent themselves, but you better believe they could have some top surgery scars if that's what was necessary, because that's what mattered to the...
Right there, that kind of exposes the entire, like, the fraud, if you want to call it that, of what
Of
this
inclusion, yeah.
Yeah, where it's like, it's not about representation. It's about representation for a specific person, but they leave out that second part.
I think the younger generation is just going to get madder and madder at whatever they perceive to be protected, because even something like this peanut thing, I think, is eye-opening, because the more details we hear about, you know, did you know there were over 10 people that were sent out to do this thing, and they had the guy outside.
I heard the lead cop was named Karen, which cracked me up.
Oh, really?
Yes. The one that ordered him to go in there was named Karen.
Life imitates art.
The mechanic for 2. Let's censor so hard no one can enjoy anything. To your point, by the way, thank you, mechanic, for the over censorship and what the games are going, the direction they're going, and you wonder about the next generation of people playing games. I don't think they're playing these games because they are rejecting them because it's not natural. Like, this is fucking weird. And no matter how much indoctrination you do, the truth always shines through eventually. You can try to do this all you want, but it's not going to catch on. It never does, and it never will. And they hate that fact.
I'm gonna be kind of going into, because I've made a video in the past just going on some stupid games that I'm into and have, you know, excitement for going forward. But I totally believe those will be the games they try to wriggle into next, if they haven't already to some degree, you know.
What, like the Fortnites and Roblox? What do you mean?
Well, you know, I see a lot of Asian games that are, I think, gonna kind of make some moves and actually generate interest. And even something like Stellar Blade, excuse me, whether it appeals, you know, to as many as whatever some people might deem a success or not. I remember Stellar Blade's demo achieved over 500,000 people playing the demo concurrently on PlayStation.
Wow.
And we only know that because they came out with that information to tell us. And
they never do that.
And what I'm thinking when I hear that is, oh my God, this is the power of like a free thing people are actually interested in. So if those people that are not, you know, they don't have the cults hang-ups about whether or not they can make an attractive character, when they start to make things, even looking at, I think it was called Infinite Nikki. You saw that, like, you know, pretty girl game that was coming out. That seemed like it was trying to appeal for to an audience where,
like,
you know,
sniper rifle or whatever, right?
I don't know. No. Nikke Goddess of Victory is like a game that Shift Up makes, but Infinite Nikke is this. It looks like just like a pretty Barbie doll game, man. If you ever see it. And I think that is really roping in audience of girls that want to be pretty. And I hope that in the future, when we see that kind of stuff, they you don't remember seeing this at like a show or something?
No, I don't think I've seen this.
Yeah. It doesn't look sophisticated, doesn't look complicated. From what I understand, it's like not even the first. It's like a series of games, you know what I mean? But oh, this doesn't look like a gameplay one, but looking at it, I'm like, man, is this Is this a platformer? Is this a Kingdom Hearts game? All I know is just the presentation of it, I think appeals to girls. There's another one that's like an Animal Crossing like coming out. So I guess looking forward, I'm feeling like the games that visually appeal at a glance are the ones that are going to capture people. And that means, you know, for me, Pal World was the game that I always wanted Pokemon to be.
Yes.
I look at things like Inzoi. I think that's the game that Sims people wanted the Sims to be. Animal Crossing, it's taken a while to do what it's doing. I think if any Asians come out and make a similar Animal Crossing, which I saw with like Flowtopia and things like that, Path of Exile 2 is going to be what I wanted Diablo to be. You get where I'm going with this.
Back it up, though. I'd be interested in a Pal World version of Animal Crossing with guns. This looks okay. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily.
It looks like another one of those Unreal Engine buckets of crap, man. No disrespect. So I expect this to appeal the same way that people want to. We just saw that dude, and he wanted to.
Monster Hunter crowd right here with this.
I just think this is some silly companion that may even exist just for dress up, man. This game feels so Barbie to me. I don't even know where to go with it.
So you think that they're crossing the cutesy games, the cozy games with Stellar Blade, and they're trying to intersect the crowds with it?
I think because of the Asian influence, they're going to come out like that. Yes. Because of the Asian influence, where, you know, they remember what fun is. They remember the thrill of exploration and kind of, I don't know. For me,
a mix of like Tears of the Kingdom with Stellar Blade kind of thing.
I think this is like a Kingdom Hearts meets man, dude.
Animal Crossing.
I don't want to say Final Fantasy, man, because I think this is going to be very. Oh, dude, there's decorate. I don't even know all of it.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yep.
What is that she's pulling out? You know what? Get away from this trailer. I'm going to be terrified if the final version is not indicative of whatever they're showing here, because I wonder how long some of these games are going to take to come out. But my point is, like I said, with, you know, I think Inzoi is going to be The Sims. I think Path of Exile is going to be Diablo. I think Crimson Desert's going to be like this real scratch to the itch that we've been waiting to be scratched, the same way Wukong was when that came out. So these games moving forward that are focusing on selling the gameplay are so dramatically removed from like the identity first, look at the Asian and black people we have in this game trailer, strong woman, you know, all games want to be God of War, they want to be walking simulator like hell, Senua's Sacrifice, Hellblade, and
this trying to do something new.
I feel like Concord, man, what killed it hard for me was how ready they were to jumpstart a cinematic universe off of it. And if you watch,
like 9 did the same damn thing.
Did you see this one interview with the developers where the woman kept referring to it as an IP?
No.
Like 5 times she said the word IP, man.
Wow.
And I just, they betray what they want out of these things.
Well,
and
they cart before the horse.
They're getting ahead of themselves.
Yeah. But anyway, let me go through these because there's something I do want to show you eventually.
Forgive me. Yeah.
This is funny, by the way. We are taking we're at an hour and 18 minutes, and we are 28 seconds into this.
That's how I run my streams. It's terrible.
This is good. That's the same way I do it too. G Game Master for the 10. I just finished playing Sly Cooper weeks ago, a PlayStation 2 game, and it's a fun platformer. The main protagonist flirts much with the female police officer, and the SJWs would delete that immediately. They don't want any natural fun. It has to be weirdly injected and awkward because they don't know what real romance actually is. Brian Geller for 5. I'm playing Stardew Valley on my Switch. The new update is amazing. Indie games like this need to be kept far away from these insane idiots. I heard about that update. I heard it was awesome. And as far as indie games, that is the future if you want to get away from these insane activists, because they'll only attach themselves. It's like a fucking virus. They'll attach themselves to what's successful, And if you're an indie game, it's a lot harder to do that, because once you've been successful and broke out, it's too late for them to kind of infect it, unless it's a sequel we're talking about. Gemini for 5. Y'all got a list of games with beautiful women? Just picked up Soul Calibur and been playing through it a lot with created character. Soul's Calibur. Is that different from Soul Calibur? Because you couldn't create a character in a Soul Calibur.
The new one you could.
Soul's
There's a newer one. No, not Soul's Calibur. The Soul Calibur I have on the PlayStation, I can make a character, and they have some outfits to really give them, and they're pretty nice. Yes.
Oh, they. I remember I got that for the Dreamcast back in the day. That's a great game. Where was I? Caps Lock, what's going on, man? Thanks for the 5. I love how saving my money has been a viable hobby compared to being a consumer for this slop. It's true. Kyle, I'm sure you can relate. I've saved a lot of money this year on junk that I'm not buying.
I'm just, I was ready to buy, I think it was Path of Exile coming out this month, but they delayed it. And now that that's out of the picture, I really have nothing going on. So,
well, I was going to buy the new Mario and Luigi game, and then I know it's IGN. Yeah. I read the IGN review, gave it a 5 out of 10, and I was like, oh, that's intriguing. I'm going to watch this or read this just to see how they got here. And it's the same problem a lot of modern Nintendo games fall into the trap of they don't know who their audience is, so they just end up making it for like a 6-year-old. And it's like, no, man, like you need to make the game challenging, make you feel like you're succeeding and winning at something.
To me, the big thing about that game is that, and I was seeing a bit of it because it leaked and all kind of nonsense, but for me, the big thing about it is that it feels a lot like a in-between year game, man, if you know what I mean. Like next year, the game that they stand by is going to come out maybe, and this is made by like a B team or something. Maybe you see anime, and sometimes they got the wrong.
This is not a Nintendo property. It's a Nintendo property, but it's like shipped out.
Oh, I think it has put you inside of what it was noise canceling for a second.
Wait, what?
I think the mic was noise canceling you for a second.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what that thing is. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. No, I didn't change any settings. That's weird. I was saying I would think Miyamoto and the A team at Nintendo is working on, I would guess, Mario Odyssey 2.
And Metroid.
Well, Metroid we all know about, but I'm saying like debuting with the Switch 2, I would expect Mario Odyssey 2 to be a day one for that.
Don't you miss stuff? Like I feel like it's been a long time since they've unveiled a game that they really knew was going to blow minds too. And maybe that's what their ignorant asses thought Concord was going to be. And I hope it has damaged the industry because to me, I got people coming at me about Yote and how disappointing apparently that seems to have been behind the scenes. And it's like, I'm about ready to make so much noise on something like Yote because you took what was some of the most solid, I will easily buy this game for Ghost of Tsushima 2, and you destabilized it by here's this Yote thing with a lady. Okay, we still have faith in the studio, but if you go online, man, the activism right in the face. So we got these fucking chucklehead nobody cocksuckers that are riding your freaking train, barking up your tree, implying stuff like, oh, it's because it's a woman. I see them with Endymion too. Just some dumb argument they hope people will jump on. Or maybe they're just shadow boxing on their own Twitter for backpats like this mighty queef jackass. But my point is, that's nobody's argument. Activism is our argument. And that's what I have in this tweet. The caption says, one word, activism. And this is what we're horrified of, is them reducing the entire game, the piece of media, the thing that we liked escaping into and are paying for, to just a platform for their propaganda. And it's so boring. It's just like Heel said. It's boring. Because if you guys could make it interesting, it'd be one thing. If you guys could make it appealing, it would work. We wouldn't regard it as propaganda. people would be about it. They'd be like, hey, whatever you want to call it, it works for us. But you're not subtle. You're not interesting. It's everything that is the perfect thing for people like me. When I agree with what you're doing and I'm not on your side, you fucked up. There's this Asian guy named Sun Grand Studios. I watch him and he says, bro, keep doing what you're doing because you'll be out of a job at this rate.
I love that guy.
I hate how he keeps getting me clickbait going in there and he's like, I'm going to play this guitar. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
He gets me every time. He'll be like, this video is not about Alyssa Mercante because she sucks. And I'm like, well, you got me. Here I am.
But I wanted to hear, you know. Just needed a little bump.
Right. Before I keep going with these supers and before we keep going with this video that you had on Twitter, I wanted to see if you saw, if I already lost it. Fuck, where the hell did I put it? Oh, here it is. I want to know if you've seen this. I'll probably get my stream banned for playing it, but it's on YouTube. So, all right. Have you seen? You reminded me of something you said earlier, which is why I brought this up. I don't remember what it was, but
I don't think I've seen this. No.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
Yo, what's up, Ken?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, dude. I'm good. Yo, you got my money?
Oh, sorry, bro. I had to buy a new pair of rocker bottom shoes. I'll get your money to you next week. Is that cool, dude?
Hell no, that ain't cool, dude. Where my money? I need my money right now.
You don't have to be talking to me like that.
Nigga.
Oh, I have seen this. This is so Jack Doherty, isn't it?
It's amazing. That look.
Hey, man, I don't know what's going on, but you need to have my money right now. Empty your pockets, get my money right now.
Well, I thought we were cool. Why are you tripping?
Nigga.
He really sells it. The best part is how it keeps
If
going.
you don't have my money right now, I'm gonna put 3 hot ones in you right now, dude. Where my money at?
Now you threatening me?
Nigga!
Please.
Voice shrieks and everything. When you first showed me this guy, I thought he was Wayne Brady for a
Get your
second.
money next week.
Nigga!
So quit
Right.
acting like a bitch ass.
Nigga!
So it's just funny. Like, I always think of this skit in particular when stuff comes up and people try to cancel people for words that are said by certain people. And I'm like, the rules and the lines that are drawn in society are actually hysterical when you take a step back and just look at it from a big picture.
It's the thing about it is so much works without you needing to mess with it. Like, that could get really stale for me really fast, but I recognize it works on a lot of people. And if I were going to make some money off of that, I would make some money off of that. You know, I could be the dejected black guy that's like, did you, and I'm walking off stage like, I'll be back. You know what I mean? But, oh my God, I'm thinking of this one joke that is so funny to Dia and I. It's a Chappelle joke where he's talking about this guy named Jussie Smollett, who told a lie and was trying to get people to believe that he was beat up by like MAGA supporters or something. And apparently they were African or something. So in Chappelle's joke, he goes, "This is MAGA country, you nigga." And he uses the F, the homosexual, bundle of sticks word. In the thick accent. Oh my God, man. I've never heard it and not just laughed.
Yeah,
but we can't be funny like that.
No,
we
it's not allowed. You cannot be funny. Because the other side does not understand humor. They just think it's a straight up attack. Words are violence, all that.
I appreciate Fred Willard. And he did voice work on Boondocks. And if you've ever been in the room with comedians, man, it's a process. We're exploring and we're finding things.
Not to cut you off, but I've seen some of those line reads from the Boondocks, and they are historically, like they go down in history as some of the most insane line reads in a show ever.
And it's because the environment is conducive to the exploration of comedy that can sometimes land accidentally. And it doesn't happen behind restrictions and all of that. And studios used to be like this. Historically, I'll never forget how they literally hired some fucking criminals to do voice work for freaking Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
And I feel like everything doesn't need to be that extreme, so to speak, right? But when I'm on YouTube and I can't even I can't even really talk to people like normal, this is why you see such a strong reaction to me. You probably have noticed some people trying their best to avoid me, no matter how crazy or right I may be about something. And it's just because they represent a brand, not a person. So many of the conversations you'll have with them are as if HR is present, much like this video game, or as if their lawyer is present, or as if we're in a workplace setting and we're around the water cooler, as opposed to you and me that could throw away whatever the fuck we're talking about right now and have a conversation for the rest of the night like we're in the locker room.
What pisses them off so much because they can't do that. That's why they hate us.
They're not people. They're not people, so they need to reduce the things. And it's crazy. Video games is the perfect place to work. But when we realize you are the caliber NPC that you're creating in the video game, no, we got a problem, buddy. What are you doing? And you're boring? You're putting your boring NPC into a game and you're boring? Nah.
And then you get mad at people for calling it out? Nah.
They get mad at us because we have experience and standards. Not gamer level 3 experience, but we've played a game that didn't suck this bad. And it also had your name on it. Isn't that crazy? Like 10 years ago, the same game, same name was better than this. And here comes some guy, I haven't played a Dragon Age before, but this isn't that bad. Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Opinion in the trash. Night Demon for 5. I think it's about control more than gaming. The youth of the world is heavily influenced through gaming. Gaming is a way of manipulating them. Could not agree more. Thoughts?
I just think it's about conditioning and demoralizing. I think you and I know best that often it's about convincing us that there's nothing we can do. Actually, you can vote for with your wallet. You can actually suss out what is effective based on their reaction. And you see their reactions right now. Maybe some of the things that are happening are fairly effective.
And people are saying, and this is true still to a certain extent, that there is the general gaming audience that is independent, like an independent.
Big time. That's what I'm in love with, is how independent they are of any of our discussion. And they even they organically are like, no, thank you.
Right.
They see this?
That should tell you that screams to everyone that that's what's wrong. They're not even listening. They don't need people telling them because they already know. Like, it's natural. Benjamin Long for 2. I always ensure my characters have the assets. As do I. Frog Tony. Why didn't Kyle thank me for the snacks I sent him from Amazon?
Whoa.
When does the Amico come out? Ripaverse is trash.
Frog Tony, if that was you, how could I even know? I appreciate and love you. I'm sorry. In my face, right? You come here and do this. What a scenario. You know what I mean? Somebody is definitely going to be like, I was going to go subscribe to him and now he doesn't even say thank you for the snacks. What if I got a cavity because of the snacks and I was trying to be nice about it?
That's
you know?
true.
Yeah.
Frog
Manifested overnight,
Frog Tony never sent me anything. All he did is rank on me because he has an Amico and I don't, or at least a shell. Jacob Andrew, Ron 25. If it wasn't for the leaked footage, many wouldn't have known how bad Veilguard was, especially with the embargo. Journalists and EA giving free copies, which is a great
So do we have Maddie Place to thank for this then?
In a weird way, kind of actually. Isn't it interesting how they were limiting what was allowed to get out there before the game officially?
Not just limiting, man. They were very specific not to grant some people a review code, and you could tell it burned them to be regarded like a black person, like a Hispanic, like some kind of just dirty, we don't need their opinion. What's that? You don't have the right pronouns? Then we don't need you. You can get it like everybody else. And then when their game sells so poorly, then they're willing to give out free codes to anybody that signals that they're the right side. ridiculous, dude.
And the other interesting thing that I strongly believe was not done by accident is most of this Tash stuff that we're getting to is in chapters like 8 and beyond. So even if you're given a review code, you really have to play through and grind through a solid 6 to 8 hours of the game to even get to this point. So a lot of people wouldn't even include it in
Paul Tassi made a comment that was along the lines of, the worst people when they get to a certain part are going to be, so prepare for that discourse online. I don't remember if you remember that comment.
I vaguely
Here's
remember.
why I love that comment. You just said most people may not get there. You damn right. You know who's getting there? Us. We combing through this motherfucker like space balls. And we're like, what's that over there? What's that over there? Put that in the compilation.
That's a great point. A lot of people are getting mad at like Var Dark and Hypnotic for playing it on their channels.
Of course they mad, because they don't want nobody to see the cringe. If they came across the cringe, they'd be on TikTok or Instagram talking about, is it the best dialogue I've ever heard? No, it's not that bad. Shut the fuck up.
So
you don't want people to see it. That's me. That's Kyle 100%. They don't want people to see it, but if I put it in your face and say, this thing, they won't speak. Why is that? Smash? Why are they not willing to address it when I have the clip, when I have the video, when I have the picture? But they're willing to gaslight and try to do all this and say all this when we're not talking about it. Yeah, that's why they hate me. That's why I'm blocked. It's because I bring it up. I show the people who have no idea what they're talking about what they talking about. And they won't put themselves out there and look like a fool for that. Otherwise, the people will be walking away with a screenshot to invalidate them in the future. They don't want that.
And to that point, I find it very curious. And I say that very sarcastically because I really don't, because I understand how these people operate. That they're so mad that Hypnotic is making a mockery of the game. He's being very honest about it. He'll acknowledge when it's good. I've been watching him stream it. It's entertaining as fuck. As boring as it is, he makes it entertaining. But he'll talk about parts that are interesting and parts that suck, and they realize that he's being impartial, and he's ripping a new one. So what do they try to do? They get him silenced on Twitter, try to get him canceled because he used a create a character within the guidelines of the game, and they think it's a mockery of what the game allows you to do.
When I made my character in Monster Hunter Wilds, I don't remember what I called her, but I called her, like, Fleshlight, I think. And then I can name my Palico, so I name it Sex Slave. If the game didn't want me to do that, it would have made it so I can't do it. Maybe eventually it'll undo it and make it so I can't do that. But that's what it should have done with Hypnotic if it was the end of the world. So if their argument is, he used the word suicide, you mean that thing when we talk about Suicide Squad, the game that Paul Tassi of Forbes really wants you to buy? You know what I mean? But don't mention modern audience. Jesus Christ. I'm terrified and sorry that happened to Hypno. I'm sorry Savvy's getting blocked, but all of this is going to further their cause because it's the message that they fear. And anybody who disagrees with that message is to be silenced, to be disregarded, to be muted, blocked, filtered. And we'll see how far that goes in a couple of weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because some people are going to be losing their minds tomorrow, probably.
Oh, absolutely. Every time we talk and make sense, they have a meltdown. So I'm fully expecting that.
And it shows you like that it's all out the window now. The whole campaign, the demoralization, the conditioning, they know it's not going to work, especially through Hypno, especially for like we mentioned, the guy that's super detached that has nothing to do with videos and online. They can see a trailer and go, oh man, it's going to be one of them. I'll just wait, you know? And the waiting is enough to bury the studio because if everybody has that mentality, then you make no money.
And Hypno, I sent an invite if you want to join. I feel bad. It's not a racism thing. No, that'd be good if Hypno joins because I would love to have him indulge us on his situation that he's dealing with right now. Because there's things that I'm not sure I'm at liberty to talk about, but it's kind of his deal.
Oh so my God, he's calling it a.
I would love to hear it. What's that?
He's calling it a pity invite. What a bitch.
A pity invite.
Jeez, man.
I mean, if you're crying in the chat to come on, I mean, I gotta say yes, you know. Okay, let's go through these. Adair Soto, have you guys heard about this game show American Story? If you have, it's hilarious and looks really fun. A game show, American Story. Never heard of it. You?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of God Hand. It's like it's all over the place. If the people who used to make anime were to make a video game, it would look the way that thing does. Seems to have an alternate kind of history, the way that Fallout kind of does, where it's like, oh, in this one, Japan took over and blah 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 blah. But it's just zany and off the wall and a little bit wild like old school Kojima. So when you see it, you'll know why everybody would talk about it because it's a good showing. Yeah.
And caps lock for another 5. Just a heads up, Evinical 2 is on GOG right now. Also, Dungeon Vixens, pretty good pickup and play for Kyle.
I was coughing and then I drank water. It's fine. Sorry.
Your character is just stoic, so it's hard to tell.
Gotta get that smiling one.
1x at Bandcamp for 2. Riververse is awesome. My jaw's hitting the ground. That's a reference to the Amico for those of us that go back to that. Cool. Okay, so we are all caught up on the supers. There's a lot of people loving you in here, Kyle, and this is awesome. I'm
glad. I hope they love me more than my subscribers that leave essays and never subscribe. Scary stuff, man. I always feel like they're coming to my house.
That happens?
A lot. You know, you can go into your little studio and see if they're subscribed by the icon. And the longest ones are always from people that are not subscribed. And they're not even hostile. So it's like, okay, you mad at me about something? You know what I mean?
They might be subscribed, just to be fair.
Yeah.
Because you can turn off your public display of who you're subscribed to. So I just want to give them credit. If they come constantly and they write long essays, they might just have and you can check by going to their channel and seeing if their subs are public or not. And if they're private, then you can assume they're subs.
The reason I never cared is because every other video I come in and people are like, I've been unsubscribed. And it happens with me to people too. So.
Yep, I've gotten that a lot from people too. Yeah. Are we finally getting back to this video? I don't know if Hypno is going to join us or if he's just complaining and crying in the comments, but
Hypno, I will do his stream, no worries. You know, I know he's got a full Brady Bunch. Let me tell you something real honest, because I love to be that. I saw that they had their stupid little controversy with the guy saying whatever dumb thing they were pretending to be upset about, like they don't speak even worse behind the scenes. But when I looked back, it was like a lot of black people on there. I was like, damn. It reminded me of this one. There's like a Family Guy sketch where it's a Back to the Future kind of gag, and it's like a blaxploitation almost. And Peter is driving the DeLorean, and he hits a black pimp. And when he goes through time, and the pimp stands up, and it's nothing but white people all over him, he goes, "Damn!" You know what I mean? And that's how I feel like you guys are in video games these days, but with with black people everywhere.
Used to do with pure exploitation.
This one?
Yeah. You better skip to the end. I don't want you to get struck, man.
That's true.
Wait, listen to the damn. It's my, oh my God.
Damn!
Yes. Oh man. That's how I feel in video games when it's like, wait a minute, dude. Are there any white people in this bitch? And they're like, nah. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to work out well. You know what I mean? People going to want to buy this in the future, you idiot.
Right. Okay, let's get back to this. We got 38 seconds in out of the 423. I was worried we wouldn't have enough content tonight. I think we're good.
If something about being a woman is hurting you.
And not feeling comfortable in their own skin. As a man, as a woman.
Oh my God.
Turn her into something blighted and ugly and wrong. Something she was never supposed to be.
They don't even know what they're saying right there.
I can't even be a woman right. Are you trying to have sex with me?
Wow. I'm going to kiss you. I am going to kiss. I burped and my body's like fighting this. It's cringe. It's cringe.
Could you, like, when I hear that line, my brain automatically thinks, like, is this something I would say to a woman? And it's like, nope, this is not how it works. This is the weirdest, cringiest. Oh shit! Oh shit! We got a guest. Hold on. I gotta do a special intro. Hold on.
Shit, Walter. Mark at 8, dude.
Smokey, this is not Nam. This is bowling. There are rules.
Hey, Walt.
Are you trying to have sex with me?
Have I tried to what?
That face. Oh my God.
Me?
Ooh.
I'm just trying to welcome you the best way I know how.
Okay, I took that as a sexual advance, by the way.
Good. That's exactly what I would say. It's better than "Are you trying to have sex with me?"
Fair enough. I'm trying to read, man. What's up?
Hello,
Kyle?
Hypnotic. I know we've never spoken.
Yeah,
but I can't believe they let you
over me.
It's not that. It's not that. I just know I wouldn't thrive. Be real. Listen to me. Listen to me. You know I wouldn't thrive in a Brady Bunch scenario with everybody's in the different
Listen,
corners.
that's only happened recently. I have to put up the black shield, but that's no excuse to not show up. I'm just saying.
And I don't think you should take that black shield down. You understand?
I'm
if I had a
not.
pronoun shield I could put up.
Stay.
Yeah. But my point is, they would never have let me use a character like that to get me famous.
That's fair, but I mean, at the end of the day, still should hang out with us.
I will.
Appreciate
That's already
that,
in the
man.
books.
I can't believe we have Kyle and Hypnotic together, and the first time they're together is on my channel.
You know what it is? I'm gonna take this as a win. You want to know why? Because Smash got you first, right? And that's okay. But I got New Day first, so I got up in them guts first.
That's true. That's true.
That's okay. I'm gonna take it as a win.
That's the girl who dressed like a clown, right?
Not when she was with me.
Obviously. I'm just saying. I appreciated her clown play
I didn't
more
see
than
her
anything.
clown outfit. Man.
Nah, man, she dressed
You
up
didn't
like a
miss
developer
much, bro.
just for the
Clown
stream.
shit was
man.
retarded. Yeah.
I think it was fun. I think that was it's exactly what the developers need.
No,
somebody
it was fun.
Yeah.
But she said it was a sexy clown outfit. It wasn't.
Yeah, no.
I got let down.
Boobs on sexy. You know?
Which was, I guess, but it was kind of hidden. So
Hypnotic, I can't look at your image without smiling because you're just so
stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning. You could just say
yeah, we'll
stunning.
go with that.
I am changing lives. You understand? Like McDuggins is changing lives, literally. McDuggins is everywhere on Twitter.
They let him
damn near everywhere on YouTube. And all I had to do was post a picture. I didn't do anything else other than saying, "This is Suicide McDuggins. Welcome him into, welcome them. Sorry, I gotta do 10 push-ups now. Welcome them to the world."
Oh no, I think I know why they made it personal. You use the word representation, so they feel slighted. It's a them thing. Just like this video game, the reason the women got to be this. Did you see there's a glitch where if you reload a save, it turns the girls into boys?
Nah.
Yeah, I retweeted that. Somebody had a glitch where reloading a save for them, I don't know if it's a widespread problem that can be, repeated, but she turned into a dude and her clothes changed because there's different, versions of some of the outfits for the models. And you can see she just turned into a man. And I'm like, well, that's what they want you to do. Just
that's
transition.
Hilarious. So even accidentally you get trans.
Yeah. But they're attacking you for it.
But do you get the platinum trophy? Like, because you got to be trans in order to get the platinum trophy. So does that count?
In her case, maybe that's why she was complaining about it.
Oh, maybe. Listen, man, people need to stop being jealous of McDuggins. That's all I'm saying. It is what it is.
Hypno, did you want to indulge people on what transpired recently with your McDuggins ban?
I mean, there's really nothing to it, bro. Trans people got angry. They reported my account. They got me banned on the one platform I'm not monetized on, and I'm going on vacation anyway. So what the fuck do I care? I'm gonna come back after vacation. I'm gonna be unbanned and be like, "Sup, bitch? Here we are again, back at it." And the first thing I'm posting is McDuggins' picture.
What was it you did to get banned? Like, do you even know specifically?
So, yeah, I do.
Is it something you want to talk about? I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck, bro. Hold on. Let me bring it up right now. So, let me look at my email. It's always good when you get an email from Twitter, and it's like, "We have locked your account." Like, I already know where this is going. Here we go. Nope, that's not the one. Nope, that's not the one. Shit, damn, I'd be getting locked out a lot. I gotta find it, bro. I gotta find it. Where is it at? Anyway, it was basically I made a post on one of I don't know somewhere. I made a reply, and the reply was like, well, the person was saying, "Oh, why are you mocking suicide?" And I was like, well, something like this should be mocked. You want to know why? Because people like you don't actually care about what's happening. People like you don't actually want to help in any tangible way whatsoever. So by mocking it, I mock you. I mock your inability to actually want to do any, tangible change. And, at the end of the day, I could joke about whatever the fuck I want. If you don't like, fuck yourself. And that's basically it. I got banned for that 6 days for inciting suicide or inciting self-harm. Sorry. It was inciting or promoting self-harm. I think that's what it said.
I'm struggling to find out how that means that.
Well, I don't know, bro. They just, you know what I honestly think it is? I think all the trans people got together, all 10 of them, and they reported me.
Modern audience at a gathering.
Yeah, the modern audience had a little meeting. They had, and they got together and they decided, all right, this is what we're gonna do. This is the post. We're gonna report them, and so they reported me. And Twitter has an automatic takedown. And considering that I got reported, like not even just a week ago, and I think I got a 24-hour ban. Or something like that. I guess it was too soon, and now I got a 7-day ban. So I don't care, bro. I really don't give a fuck about Twitter.
No, I know you don't. I just pisses me off because of the uneven rules that be applied for in invented ideologies that are allowed to proceed in society while
it just tells me I got to you. Like it just tells that's all it tells me. It tells me I got to you. Like I got to you so bad that you had to remove my existence from the platform in order to be able to function. Like that is a huge honor.
Before you came on, Kyle was saying, like, do they not realize the Streisand effect? Like, this is just going to make you more popular. Like this happening right now is going to be very good for you.
Well, they sit there and they complain about it. And then I mean, I had some people coping in my comments. They're like, oh, he's got a failing YouTube channel that bots his views. I'm like, I bought my views, really? That's the cope that you're telling yourself? That's how you sleep at night?
Bots to donate.
Exactly. How the fuck? Are you serious right now? I bought my views? That's wild, man. That's good. I haven't heard that. That was a good one. I genuinely laughed at that one. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. It's fine. If that's what helps you sleep at night, thinking that it's totally not people finding my content because they like me, it's totally just bots, liking the videos. Then
what you said the other day in your stream really resonated. About how there's a very large portion of just normies out there that don't pay attention to this shit, and they go and pick up the Veilguard. They put it in a system. They download, they play it, and they look up and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And then they go looking online and they found you, and they found me, and they find Kyle. It's like that's just helping us by making games like this, looking for people that are like, "Yep, you're not crazy. It's insanity."
Oh, that's what it is, man. And I genuinely feel bad for those people. I really do. I feel, you know why? Because that was me like 4 years ago. And then I started realizing certain things in movies and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I started realizing in TV shows, especially after that, because I was more into TV shows than movies. And I was like, wait a second. This was definitely a white character before, or this was definitely not this way before. Like, what the fuck is happening? And then I started that's how I found like G&G. That's how I found all these guys. Mm-hmm. And, after I'm like, you know what, bro, this is crazy. Like I'm not alone. I realized like, wow, I'm not crazy, because I generally thought I was, and I think most people do at least in the beginning anyway. They feel like
they want to make you feel like you're wrong. You need to have right think, because right now you have wrong think.
Right. They make you they make you feel isolated. I mean, we know that. Look at fucking Dustborn. Literally teaches you how to do that. So they try to make you feel isolated, and after a while you realize, thanks to the power of the internet, that you're not crazy, you're not isolated, and if anything, there's a lot more people that agree with you that disagree with you, and that's how the channel was born. So if anything, they have themselves to blame, and this is why I keep saying, I'm not gonna hog up the stream. Sorry, this is how I keep saying all the time, man. The shit that's happening right now, this whole like chud YouTube circle that they like to complain about, and the anti-woke YouTube circle and all that stuff, the shit that they complain about every single day, let it be known that you motherfuckers created that. You created that space, because counterculture is created from a culture that people are tired of, and you created that space. You created the people who exist in that space now, because you went too far. You decided to not fucking be subtle about things. You decided to just go all in. You decided to throw in ideology and everything, and you thought people were just gonna take it. Nah, bro, that's not how that goes. You created this space.
And you know those very same people are part of the over 1,200 people in here right now, and they are fucking fuming.
Oh yeah, especially us three in here, bro. What? You got a fucking Kyle in here. You got me in here, and you got the white man ringleader. Yeah, they're not happy about this shit.
It's not a us three situation, and allow me to spell that out real clear. You guys are kinder than I would afford myself the time to be. Because you and Vara, specifically because she's been at this so long, love Vara. I've seen her work years back covering fairly exactly the same garbage that I would. And watching people like, let's say Yong Ya coming up and realizing that there are so many things that he will never touch. He'll never talk about it. And I see that across the industry. You guys are willing to give your silly little Kotaku journalists and your weirdos who are desperate to claw for whatever amount of clout that they can from you guys, because the truth is, if you didn't talk about them, they would be forced to go to the next people that are willing to talk about them. They can't claw as high as a Hassan. They can't always get a reaction from Asmongold. So they're forced to just be stupid. It's not clickbait anymore. It's stupid bait. And we see it best out of people like Paul Tassi, who he's not even generating enough from the gaming community. So you've seen him lean into the Star Wars area to try to just be an idiot in a way that's controversial. And he's going after people and accusing them of things. But we have the receipts enough to just slap them on the table and have everybody meritocracy style go, oh, you fucked up. It was you. You're the tourist here. You're the outside party. They make themselves look bad. And all they had to do was not think that, oh, they're in a position to dunk on you guys and get one over on you. Nah, you're really not. You're making yourself look like a fool. Nobody told you to go this far. Nobody told you to put your neck out. But you looking for that guillotine. So blame everybody else for it when it happens. But when your head's rolling for the couple seconds you got some breaths to, you know what I'm saying? Just, it's weird. So I can't really cover them as much as I'd like to, as you guys might, because you see how personally the truth is something they take because they deceive for a living. So the truth is us grabbing the money out of their bank account as far as they're concerned. So they will jump up and say, we need to go after their funding because, you know, they've unpersoned us. They've dehumanized us because we disagree. Therefore, we are bigots. And to me, I want to just step over these corpses. That's what these fools are. And I'm so heterosexual that, like, and the reason I love to say that is because they need to indicate how gay and non-binary they are every fucking second. So every time I say it, recognize it's a triggering thing. Most of what comes out of my mouth triggers them because it is the truth. Because it aligns with the normal definition of a fucking word.
Well, I am also extremely heterosexual.
Get the fuck out. We looking at a purple, you know what I'm saying, dude? And that's your whole studio. One purple dyed hair coming out saying, I think we should make all men insecure for a modern audience. Oh my God. Why do I have multiple dyed hair developers to slap up on screen? You know what that looks like when Mexican people, Japanese people, Russian people, I know Russian YouTubers that watch my content and just take the imagery to use as a resource. What does it look like when your studio doesn't just have the same loser working across the board in the office, but they're all on Twitter saying just deplorably ignorant, hostile, and racial shit, and then accusing other people of racism? Bitch, shut your projecting ass the fuck up. You wrote the fucking check that your studio ain't gonna be able to cash, and all the gum jobs from these fucking journalists when they're not busy accusing games they don't like of lacking diversity. Please, bro. Please, I'm sick of these fucking people. So if I ever really ran my mouth as frequently as they did, I know that these small fucking nobodies would find it upon themselves to just rise up and go have a word or do something stupid because that's how small they are. They're so triggered. You know what I mean? And I gotta hide this big titty woman in my life as well because they hate big titties. They hate that anybody has anything that they don't. So they must have a headcanon where you're an incel, you don't go outside, you do this, you do that. And when that shatters, it shatters them. I want to remind both of you, you're dealing with fucking babies. Babies in between tantrums.
I know that.
And some of them babies gonna find the power with enough groups of babies to really shake some rattles and fucking, have an effect. Silence you on a platform like they did tonight. But at the end of the day, they're wrong. Shit. Yeah. It's gonna make themselves look worse. And just like with this game, I'm sorry it's happening at all, man. The people going through it is why I'm on the internet. That's it.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I don't really have a follow up. That was perfect. Start the video back up.
Fuck this video, bro.
This is torture.
What, bro? It's the dumbest shit. This is some fuck. You just know that the writer who wrote this scene, and I say this all the time, the writer who wrote this scene, you already know how they fucking look. You know how they look. Who wrote this scene? Blue or pink hair, guaranteed. Side shaven head, most likely, 99% of the time. Fat as fuck, high probability, right? And extremely narcissistic. They're sitting there and they're thinking to themselves, oh, nobody really talks to me in real life because I'm just an insufferable fucking bitch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop my entire life's fucking trauma into one character called Tosh. And then I'm going to put it in a game and expect everybody else to listen to it and call it how stunning and brave it is. Like, no, it's not. It's not stunning and brave. It's fucking boring.
If it's not Corinne Bush, it's somebody else, potentially that weirdo that I covered that wrote that kid's book about the trans. But somebody on the team, this all groupthink. And Corinne Bush, the end ultimate decider, was like, yeah, that's good. Check. Like, leave it in the game. Like, let's get
because he wants that shit in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta understand, this is the same this is the same person who put trans scars in Sims. There's only been two games that I know of that has trans scars, and they're both games that this motherfucker worked on.
Yep.
I mean, are we really shocked that all this shit is in the game? They turned this entire game is not about the journey of Rook in Thetis. It's about fucking Rook's gender journey. That's what this is. This entire game is Rook's gender journey, surrounded by a bunch of retards, all having their own gender journey. And if they're not on a gender journey, they're just androgynous idiots.
Dragon Age gender journey.
That's what it is.
That's
gender guard.
Gender guard.
Like, the fuck? It's the most boring shit in the world.
Oh, I'm non-binary.
This is great, by the way.
Because
yeah.
I didn't fit as a
Look
woman.
at this.
Is it why I
Look
don't
at
fit as a woman?
Oh my god, bro. Bro, pause it real quick. Bro, you are Rook in Thetis, right? There is some serious shit going down, or at least it's supposed to be anyway. But no, we need to take a break in the middle of some valley to talk to this bitch about her gender identity. Like, why is this important when we are supposed to be hunting dragons? How is any of this even remotely important? Like, this is what I mean by narcissism. Like, shut the fuck up, Tosh. Nobody cares. There's a cliff over there in the corner. Go jump off it. Who fucking gives a shit?
It's so immersion breaking that it's actually comical.
But that's what I mean. This is not subtlety. This is not proper storytelling. You can tell storytelling with progressive themes. This has been happening for the longest time, but unfortunately we have retards who don't know how to actually write anything. Right? They're thinking that people should care just because they care. Like, that's not how that works. Just because you care about something doesn't mean other people need to care about it. You got to make them care about it. And the best way you have, the chance of them caring about it is to tell a good, compelling story that's going to get them interested in the character. But no, you just want to start off with some gender nonsense with someone you just met. And then the moment you meet Tosh, she's already telling you, you don't get to tell me who I am. Bro, I just met you. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
So I'm non-binary.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
The Shadow Dragons say there are people who use they instead of he or she. They're not men or women. And I like how it feels when I imagine myself that way.
I'm glad they admit they're imagining this shit.
What even? I like how it feels when I imagine myself that way.
Today, Greg Miller of Kind of Funny, some cocksucker that in the past has attributed people who PC game to pedophiles. he implied that anybody who has any criticism for this game is not a decent human being that is supportive of people's lifestyles. Of course, the argument being that they're harmless, you know? I think it's harmless to have video games with an attractive female character in it. I have a woman in my life and have met many women in my life that are much more curvy than what the character creator allows you to create in a game like this. Hypnotic can make something in the character creator, and because he puts the word representation in a post, it's enough to trigger a bunch of ugly fat losers that, you know, for some reason feel like making him more famous tonight. Where I'm coming from with what I'm saying right now is a reminder to everybody that this video, this compilation, is on my Twitter, and I encourage you to download it and use it because this is your tool to indicate what activism does to video games. It is not 1 or 5 or a couple of mentions. This is the game. It is not one character that we're reducing this gender nightmare to. It is the message from the writers who felt the need to insert this. And I mean no disrespect to Greg Miller, but what all of them do is try to reduce it to just something simple, some big deal somebody's making. That's why I'm so visual with the pictures. That's why I'm so visual with the videos. Dude, this is going to create, we were mentioning earlier how some people are detached from the online discourse. They don't jump online. They're normies. But even they can see why kids love the taste of, or hate the taste of Cinnamon Toast Trans in they fucking video game propaganda. So when they see shit like this, maybe they remember Dragon Age, man. And now they're going to play this Dragon Age only to realize, oh my God, this sucks. You don't think I had a moment like that years ago?
Yep.
And when that happened, I said, it's time to get online and see what people are saying about this. Maybe they went to Reddit because they don't know any better. And they realize over time, everybody's getting muted, everybody's getting deleted, banned, silenced. So they go somewhere else. And they hear the story from other people about how they can't be honest about this game, or they're going to get banned.
Them lean into that. So many of the
So true. What you were talking about
are
exactly.
non-binary
Yep.
or trans. And over the years, as that for some reason has had to become an issue on the grand scale.
That's what it is. It's that they're trans. Fuck you, Greg Miller.
You made it an issue.
This guy's entire timeline is Trump derangement syndrome and Dragon Age.
He's the most safe normie bastard. He's been included in Spider-Man. You name it, he's got that opinion, and he's, like I said, safe. Okay? There's nothing to this guy. It's just the assertion that, oh, we're not supportive because we don't just want to allow this video game to be a platform for propaganda. We know that you won't engage in proper conversation about this because Dustborn is not what games are for. They're just what they're being used for by cocksuckers like you. And I encourage these asswipes to try to belittle, try to imply, oh, I have a problem with Yote because it's a woman. Yeah, that's never happened in a video game before. It's the activism. And the louder you get, the louder it'll make the counter argument. The louder it'll make the counterculture.
You know, it's funny. I think I told this story on stream, I believe anyway. But a friend of mine called me a couple days ago, and he's kind of a normie for the most part. He just plays his typical Call of Duty and occasional RPG or whatever. And he called me, and he's like, "Yo, bro, I gotta ask you a question." I'm like, "Well, what's up?" He's like, "Have you played the latest Dragon Age?" Because he knows I have the channel, but he's not really like into YouTube like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm actually streaming it. I'm streaming it. I've been streaming it for the last couple of days." He's like, "Bro, be honest. What do you think about it?" And I was like, I don't think it's very good at all. He's like, "Bro, can I ask you a question?" I'm like, "Sure." It's like, he's like, "What?" Just straight like this. "What the fuck is with the message, bro?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean? Bro, within an hour, why is it asking me if I want to be trans? I've never seen this before. This guy is super normie. I'm telling you, super duper normie. I should have recorded the conversation, but I'm not like that. I don't want to like fucking put that out there. But still, like he's asking me what is up with the message. And I'm like, "What do you mean? I've never heard you talk like this." It's like, "Bro, it's asking me if I want to be trans in the beginning of the game. I tried to make a hot female. Why can't I make a hot female? I made one in all the other games. I made one in Elder Scrolls. Why?" Like the last RPG I think he played was Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim. So he doesn't really like play that much. But you know, he's able to make something with a titty. You know what I mean? But you can't do that. And I was like, "Bro, you're just now picking this up." He's like, yeah, man, this is crazy.
And that
he reposted
perfectly
it, by the way.
exemplifies what you were saying about the normies that are like waking up right now, being like, wait, this isn't normal. This is not right. I need to find out if I'm alone here, and then they find you.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying I speak from that perspective, because there's people, contrary to popular belief for these dumb motherfuckers on Twitter, I actually know a lot of people in real life, and I have these conversations with people in real life within reason, obviously, if they want to partake in that. And there's people that reach out to me for a lot of gaming shit and manga shit because they know that's what I'm into. And that's why I speak on it, because I've experienced that. I literally experienced that not just a couple of days ago, where somebody who's completely disconnected from the entire conversation, I don't want to say woke up, but is damn near close, where to the point, I mean, once they start asking questions, that's when they tend to go down the rabbit hole. You know,
it needs to hit them on something that's specific to them.
Yeah.
Maybe they're a comic book fan, so, oh man, I'll buy Spider-Man. Maybe they're, into Alan Wake because they remember that. They remember Mass Effect, Dragon Age. They come back and they're like, I just played Skyrim and it was better than this. They're playing Starfield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's so many restrictions.
It's going to happen again with Wolverine too. You just watch.
Oh my God. You have no idea. Like we were just playing Call of Duty yesterday, and he told me too, he's like, bro, this shit is everywhere, because I think he got to level 15 now in Call of Duty, and in level 15 you unlock the non-binary chick, the operator. So he's like, bro, this shit is everywhere. Like, just flat out, we're in the middle of playing. I'm like, what happened? And he's like, this operator, this says it's a non-binary, bro.
And the problem isn't that they're included. The problem is that they're excluding the pretty. They take the pretty and they work away from it. And that's where they begin with their characters.
I can tell you from my own personal experience working in the game industry 15 years ago, was it? It's like a lifetime ago. But when I was at Sony, it was already starting to head down this road. And a lot of people that I work with had the pink hair, purple hair, nose rings.
Yeah.
I thought nothing of it back then because I was like, okay, yeah, counterculture, whatever. But it's always been a part of the industry because it's kind of like the outcasts, the weirdos, whatever. But they found a cult mentality in the game industry and found like-minded individuals. And I feel like over time, it's kind of morphed into what we're seeing right now from what it started at back then.
The sadness to me is that the dorks that they are don't see how irrelevant they are. I'm a black guy not sipping the Kool-Aid. We represent a diverse background here. We can understand when we're being used.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot. They would do anything for back pats, anything for attention, anything to feel included and valid, and they are being used by these entities above them like puppets.
Well, that's what corporations figured out, Kyle. They figured that out because everybody hated corporations, not just 15, 20 years ago. Everybody hated corporations. It was a cool thing to hate corporations and rage against the machine, blah 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 blah, all that shit. And then corporations realized, shit, all we got to do is to get people on our sides and pretend like we care about their social cause. Let's start doing that. And then these dumb motherfuckers fell right into it.
Well, what wakes people like me up though is you watch a episode of The Simpsons that's a little too late in the seasons, so now it's super safe, maybe like on the way to get bought by Disney, and you recognize this is the status quo. It's not counter anything. Mm-hmm. The people who are doing this shit in the industry, they think they're counterculture.
Yeah. Oh, they're anything but. The Simpsons was the same people that was it Hank Azaria that canceled Apu because he didn't want to do his voice because he felt like he was marginalizing an Indian man. Remember that whole thing?
I thought he was under pressure to do that. It was him doing it?
No, it was him because he's like hardcore
Christ.
woke.
But remember, there are these assholes on the internet I saw that were trying to put pressure on him, and these are the people who killed cartoons
and he agreed
too.
With them. He's like, yeah, they're right.
Yeah, he was angry. He was like, "Oh, it's a harmful stereotype of Indian people."
Suck my dick with this shit, man. And that really just reinforces the whole "it's fine for them, but not for others." One of my favorite clips from The Simpsons is Giuseppe, who's this Italian stereotype, and he has a monkey, and he goes, "Who's a happy monkey, Giuseppe?" And then they claps, and he's like, "Oh, he's such a happy monkey." It's funny, dude. I know Asian people, I know Hispanic people who know how funny they can sound. I speak in thick fucking what white E thinks black people sound like. And for a character and something, it's so funny, man. Because you got to step outside yourself. You got to be able to laugh at yourself. Everybody I know can look at Chappelle, can look at Boondocks and laugh. They can't do that. So now the things we enjoy have to have no humor in it either. Fuck that.
I'm Italian, and they got Luigi's in The Simpsons, and it's like the most like caricature version of an Italian guy. Oh, you like the spaghetti? Like, it's funny. I don't understand why it's not okay to do this anymore. And when Hank Azaria did that whole thing and they removed Apu from The Simpsons, I knew at that moment that I'm like, this is going to send ripple effects through all of society, because The Simpsons was a beacon of the direction of society for a very long time. As dumb as that sounds, it really has had wide impact. It affected how people are like. It's like, oh, now you're not. Now it's like a comical blackface. Like that's what they were talking. Like, oh, you can't voice a character that you're not that dialect or that.
I want you to know, as an artist, I don't think there's anything more offensive than the assertion that we can't act. You know, we can't get behind a microphone, get behind a character, and just act a certain way without it being taken as this offensive, oh, we must want all of that race dead bullshit. I know they like their fucking Bob's Burgers. They'd never go in and say that Tina should be voiced by a girl, that Linda should be voiced by a woman, because they're both men doing those voices. Women do the best young boys, and for a long fucking time, so we don't have to swap actors out and shit like that. Mm-hmm. But if that's okay, how can us doing another character be so offensive? And it's because if you give these losers the power to say that is offensive, then everything's on the table. And that's where we are, man.
I hate that whole stereotype nonsense, because they try to pretend as if some of these stereotypes are not true. So they try to call it harmful, whatever. Like, there's nothing wrong with a stereotype. Nothing wrong with saying that a lot of them are true, right? Like, if you have it, okay, if you're mad at an Indian guy being in a fucking behind a store counter in a gas station or something, so can you show me where most of the gas stations are not owned by Indian people?
I think the issue was he felt like it was cultural appropriation, where what they should have done is gotten an Indian person to voice Apu, but then they're like, oh no, it's too much of a caricature of what people think an Indian person is, even though that's how 99% of Indian people I've ever encountered in my life speak. Apparently it's offensive now because it is objectifying them.
It's the same reason why people get mad at my thumbnails that I don't even make, by the way, which is hilarious. Fucking Nerd Wars makes them. But they get mad at my thumbnails because I tell Nerd Wars, listen, anytime there's a Hispanic character, put some funny text in there. Anytime there's a black person on screen, just do the Ebonics shit, because I know it's gonna piss them off. It's gonna make them click the video. Just do it all, and then they'll be like, oh well, black people don't speak like she could, and I send them videos literally showing we do, Hispanics do. Well, I know a lot of Hispanics that speak like that, but for some reason you think it's only black people.
How people are allowed to speak? It's say that.
Smash is the racism, right? So we're doing it as a joke because I have seen my people do it, black people do it, and even some white people do it, to be honest. But realistically, Hispanics and blacks speak like that, especially if you lived anywhere near the ghetto. But they only think that it's black people. When they hear speak like that, they automatically say, "Oh, why are you mimicking ghetto black speak?" I'm like, since when did I ever say that was ghetto black speak? Why are you thinking that?
For the record, real quick, JB said, brah, 99% of Indians don't talk like that. I would counter that with, I used to work at Qualcomm with a lot of engineers from India, and I would argue, yes, I directly contacted them daily, and they all sounded like Apu. And it's not a knock. It's literally what I dealt with. So don't tell me they don't sound like that when I lived it. Like, that was my own experience.
I mean, my first computer was a Compaq with a Q. You know what that is, Smash JT?
Man, Compaq.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all both know what that is?
Yeah.
So I used to, AOL CDs, all of that. I remember, dude, I remember when the internet felt real small, man. And the Asians and the Indians and every kind of demographic we had online, they sounded as corny and silly and one-dimensional as a cartoon character on like a 2000 era Comedy Central show, like some drawn together. There was the show with like a racist team of assholes. What am I thinking of? Somebody in the comment probably knows. I apologize, but Bucktooth. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking. Man. Oh man. And some of these people, they can't really speak anymore. Not because of their thick accents or some shit like that. I mean, like, we can't, because I don't get racial too frequently online, but I'm frequently hearing people tone police me, implying I shouldn't say these words or use this terminology because that's insensitive. And it's like, wow, man. I know that if I relented, tomorrow it'd be a new set of shit. That is not okay.
Yeah, it's never enough.
It's always pushing the line, and then once they get it, then they start pushing it further. That's what the whole opposition does.
This is why we have toned down horror games now. This is why we have fucking trigger warnings. This is why we have censored scenes in Silent Hill 2. This is why all this shit. Because people want to get offended for you, and they think because they can't handle certain things, words, scenes, whatever, they think, well, since they can't handle it, nobody should be allowed to handle it. Nobody should be able to have it.
Yep.
Like,
and what Kira said here, how is making fun of Indians any different than people making fun of Canadians saying "a"?
What about a boot? Don't Canadians say a boot?
A boot.
A boot.
I mean, or Italians and spaghetti, or.
I do that joke on you at least once a stream.
Yeah, could you imagine if I got offended by that and be like, bro, hey, I got to talk to you on the side. That whole Italian thing, man, that's really hurting my feelings.
I would have to make sure it was you and you didn't get hacked or something, because you're like, who the fuck is this?
I can guarantee you I've been hacked if that ever happens.
I know. It's crazy.
But the problem is, like, to that point, it's a selective enforcement where it's like, oh, you can't joke about how black people speak, but you're allowed to joke about how Italians speak, but you can't talk about how Indian people speak. It's like, I got to get these rules right. Okay, so who's okay to make fun of and who's not? Because when we were growing up, it was Polish people.
Just white people.
It was just Polish people and white people. Now what is it? Like,
when I was growing up, we could make fun of everybody. That's how it was. We literally made fun of everybody.
What I'm getting at, it's like, I didn't even know what a Polish person was, but how many jokes do we have for Polish people back in the day? Like,
oh yeah,
it's kind of like the butt end of a joke. It's just it was kind of like funny that we didn't even know what we're making fun of, and they're like,
do either of you feel like if some of these entities didn't get involved, that if trans people just took their lumps like the rest of us, that they would just move on to another class of asswipes to fucking make fun of?
But maybe.
They just made it like they are the most oppressed.
Well,
and I can't watch any old cartoons without remembering, oh shit, man, they really used to go in on, certain groups of people.
Well, just a few years ago, black people were at the top oppression pole, like societally speaking. Like you couldn't make a joke about anything. And
like
especially
what
even before that, probably like I would say a little bit before 2020. Like that whole thing was like, you can't make fun of anybody black. You can't even remotely even think about making fun of a black female. That's it. Forget about it. Especially a black female. You make fun of a black female, it's over. And then that started to fade away. And then it became about the LGBTQ community. And then that slowly, after that faded away, it became about trans people. After that, became a thing. And then at the same time trans became a thing, the whole pronoun thing became a thing too. So those two is kind of like coinciding together for like maximum oppression. You got non-binary pronoun crowd, and then you got trans crowd, and they're fighting to see who could be the oppressed the longest.
Well,
but it's only a matter of time before they fade into irrelevancy, and all the people who are faking it, right, like Dylan Mulvaney and whatnot, they're gonna go back to being gay men because that's what they are. That's what they are. They're gay men. That's what they are.
Well, they've learned to use oppression to their advantage to call out hate speech to give them power, and then it gives them control, and it gives them a narrative, and they can keep pushing an agenda with that. It's like the same old formula over and over again. But it's like you can't make it on talent alone in this world. So you need to fall back on, oh, everyone's against me. Just feel bad for me. Why is everyone hurting me? It's like, what the fuck? You just live your life. What are you doing?
It's
I
so
just
weird,
see that we are all members of reality, and we have friends that have avoided this for the most part, even if they have latently kind of through osmosis understood, you know, a lot of things suck more and more and more because of whatever reason that makes them inject certain stuff and, you know, swap the whole cast out with women or a race swap or some shit. But now that they're having their own kind of Dragon Age, just reinvention of something that there was no purpose and like I think it was Bruce Timm that was saying something like Batman has no good female villains. And I'm like, brother.
Yikes. Did they even know Batman?
I remember that.
Like, people will just say anything, do anything, and it's gonna be people going, if I have to never engage with this again, because I'm in Florida, man. I know Disney freaks. People who have had a Disney pass their entire freaking life, man. And they're the types that are going to sit on an investor call to gauge the trajectory of where things are going. We're learning terms like fiduciary responsibility because some of these asswipes are losing so much money that we have to wonder how they're not being hung. Because if you or I had the kind of money that some of these investors and shareholders have, we certainly would not just sit by and watch the money drain out regardless of how much of it we had. But people like these douches in control over it, you know, whatever, Warner or fucking Disney specifically, they can just keep screwing up and it goes all the way down. People below them can just keep screwing up and retain their position. As a gamer, I can't even really watch Halo shit, man, without kind of getting fucked up over it.
Were you talking about the show, or what are you talking
No,
about?
I'm talking, fuck the Halo show. I'm talking about the games, man, and how, you know.
We don't talk about the show.
We don't talk about the show.
They don't talk about it either. That's why it's canceled.
And you know, the funny thing is, I never actually watched it because once I heard the director talk about wanting to have him take off his helmet to be able to connect.
I'm glad we all feel the same way because I didn't watch it for that reason too. I was like, okay, yeah.
The moment I heard that,
I
was
want to
like,
hear
I'm
them
out.
say, you don't get it. That's what it is. That's what you've said to me just now. You don't get it.
I'm like, oh, that's weird. So you need the audience to be able to connect with someone by taking his helmet off, even though the audience fell in love with this character over the course of how many games, and he's never removed his helmet and shown his face. Like they show him removing the helmet, and it's not shown who's behind it, and that was the whole mystery. And it's like, you remove that, you ruin the entire thing. It's self-insertion. People think they know what's better than what's been established, and that's what ruins everything every time.
They really don't care about ruining shit, man. They get paid to do it.
I feel so bad about that guy you put on earlier and he was ready to defend this crap because, you know, I feel like I have enough experience to feel like everything about this dog shit game is just inferior. And I know that some people appreciating Unreal Engine will, you know, pay a bit of praise to Dragon Age, but I think I'm, as usual, and I love to gauge games through time, this is one of those forgettable ones where if I'm not bringing it up, people will forget it. And visually, I'm going to have to remind them because the bar for this one was lowered once again for what you are allowed to create in the way of a attractive woman. And it flew so hard in the faces of normal women that are probably coming off of Baldur's Gate if they're the type to be interested in this kind of game. And they're forced to ask the question, why is it so limiting in my department? But with the transgenders, they are allowed scars. You know, they have a 5-minute fucking video compilation of them just going, I don't feel like a man or a woman. I don't feel like a man or a woman. I don't feel like a man or a woman. Man, it feels right when I say they. Ooh, it feels right. Jesus Christ, man. It's just,
Stunning.
It's an example now. So I'm happy. And I can't wait for it to win something at an award show, baby. That's what I'm ready for.
What were you saying?
It's winning game of the year.
You think so?
I think so. I really do.
No.
There's no way. They keep mentioning how Inquisition won game of the year, blah, blah, blah. They're going to give it game of the year for sure. Especially since that'll be the ultimate, like, own the chuds moment for an industry that's been taking L's on their fucking face more than Lana Rhoades. Like, I'm telling you, they're going to do it.
The only way that I see them, I hope to God it doesn't win Game of the Year, but I do expect it takes up a meaty chunk of that show. Maybe they won't be giving Sweet Baby Inc. 3 minutes to fucking try to manipulate us into dead relative buying some stupid ass fucking game, but they will, the same way they did with Alan Wake that has not made profit, give time to Dragon Age to try to beef up those sales, even though people are probably done and don't care. Maybe they can catch some normies. And then Astrobot. These are the 2 games I expect them to go crazy with. Astrobot and Dragon Age. And Silent Hill. How did I forget?
Silent Hill will probably be a big one, too. It'll be nominated, I think.
And Astrobot. You already said that.
I think I can speak for the Coomerist audience when I say that. I was talking earlier about the brain rot generation and how you can extract scenes from Dragon Age, put them online, and people will interface or engage with them in that capacity. Old school Silent Hill's clip of the weird sexual kind of creepy bullshit, that's something that has sold that game. It's not a trailer in the traditional sense, but it is something that people have seen. People have gone, what the fuck is going on in that game? And they have bought it. In the new game, they have edited a complete scene out and toned the other one down. This harms the game, because what could have been a remake, a remaster, because these people swear. Why do you think they deleted the tweet that said modern audience in it?
Yep.
Why? Like, I really want an answer, because what's the point?
You know they're listening. You know that they
Why signal that? Why signal that? Because it's a failure for people like
what the delete.
Why signal that they're listening? Because we've made modern audience a bad word.
Really good question.
I have these 2 Okay, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say at the end of the day, they still haven't even made their money back either, and they're gonna have to at some point, especially since they're going to their next project, which is that space fucking.
It's in the same way that Dragon Age's BioWare is talking about how, we are moving right on to Mass Effect. And I think that's a line in one of the songs that I put out recently was no DLC, of course you wash your hands. Good luck selling future games with no fans. They know better than to throw more money after this garbage. It really feels like a kicked out game to hopefully make something, and then look, we're making Mass Effect. You go, guys, you know what I mean? Suck my balls, bro.
Get ready to consume next product. That's how it comes off as to me.
I'll never buy another BioWare thing. I didn't even buy Dragon Age, thank God. And what's this other shit? Silent Hill. They're eager to tell you about their next project, just like Abubakar Salim's eager to tell you about his next fucking project. Cool, man.
It's all pandering for investors. That's
and they'll get that money because they tick the boxes and agree and say the thing when they're told to. You know what I mean? They pull that string and they say the fucking line. Why do they need to involve us with it and try to establish us as villains? How dare we not consume their garbage?
That part I don't understand, except more of just self-injection ideology, and they just hate that we don't agree with them. But other than that, I don't understand why they have this anti-gamer approach. It's like, we are the fucking customer. Why do you hate us?
They don't want us as a customer. That's why.
What do they want? BlackRock, Vanguard?
They make games for themselves, which is basically making games for investors.
They do want us to mindlessly kind of erect them above our heads. That's what you see. The shill response is what they want all of us to act like. They see the success of things in the past, and they go, "Oh, we've made a game. Why aren't you treating it like Halo?" You know what I mean? It's because it's
once
not.
They got a taste of that, they want it all. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I would be very curious to see what Blooper's next game does, because it's not going to have the established fan base of Silent Hill, which I think obviously carried their game. Even though they didn't succeed, it's still, it carried their game to where it is. And now they're going to come up with a brand new IP. I really think that Silent Hill 2 Remake, it was simply just there to put Blooper on the map for a multitude of different investments for a couple of games they had in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And now their next game is funded already, so they're working on that. But that's a brand new IP, so I'm thinking it's probably going to
look at that. Look at that. That shit. I'm sorry. That shit sells this game.
Go back. I missed it. Hold on.
This game had an aesthetic, boy.
Right here.
You know what I'm saying?
It's so dark and gritty, and the new one is nowhere near that.
Right, this part right here. Right after this. Right after this part. Right here.
Oh yeah. I'm telling you, man, that game has such an uneasy tone, uneasy setting. And that's what I was saying. Like when I was playing that game, when I was playing the remake, I tried to explain to people like, this shit ain't scary, bro. And not even about being scary. Like the tone was like trying to be there, but it just couldn't. It couldn't be there. And I don't know if it's because of modern graphics, but to be honest with you, I've seen modern graphics game that sell a tone.
It's the execution. It's the execution.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing.
They have no fucking clue. This
Well, I feel
game
like-
is so much older, and you would feel so much more scared. I promise you.
You know why that is because is that plumber butt? You know why that is they had so much less to work with that they had to be very creative to stand out. Whereas now they have everything to work with, but they're not talented enough to make it stand out. So
I would agree with that.
A glutton of nothing to do. They don't know what they're doing with all the. They have all the assets in the world at their fingertips, but they don't have the creativity to make it special.
And in that way, it feels like the stale dead end we've reached in the way of innovation and creativity in gaming is felt most by people like us who remember people that would work within the constraints or restrictions of being forced below a certain polygon count and all kinds of garbage like this to still find a way to create the illusion of something to make us think that it's something different and feels a certain way. Whereas now they are downloading pre-existing assets, making them worse, and then packaging it for us to buy for more than we paid for these old experiences. Like, just saying it out loud sounds crazy.
Adjusted for inflation, it's actually less.
Oh yeah, jeez, man.
Gotta love that.
Oh shit. Okay, let me get back.
All of this stuff is out. So much of this stuff towards the end of the game that would truly have been unsettling. The allegories to, let me not use the wrong terms on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But it was creepy in a way where we were only really getting out of the East at the time.
It got up here. Like you played the game and you think.
And you remember it. The thing woke cannot do is be memorable. It doesn't resonate because it's not an experience that anyone identifies with. You can talk about identity. You can talk about how iconic and how much it resonates and how much it's like, please, dude. But when nobody really likes your thing, they don't remember. My God, yes, that's it. I'm sorry. Just what the fuck? These things. I'm just saying, dude. Oh my God. And you're in the middle of that, right? Yep. And he's like, and you're like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Shit. That stuff, you strip all of the sex out of a game, and you've got something that only works for people like you. You've elevated your importance, is what they do in these studios, man.
People like you, as in people who are so uncomfortable in their own sexuality that they don't know what natural sexuality is.
How does this much of it make it in and not have them asking the question, is this too much?
Oh, it's never too much for them. That's the whole point.
But you got to think, like, the higher ups at BioWare, they can't all be like this, all the way to CEO, all the way to EA. Like, this got to reach someone up high where they're like, maybe this isn't the best direction that we're taking this game, right? You would think. Maybe I have too much hope and faith.
I don't know, I guess.
That way. What does that mean?
It means I don't feel like a man or a woman.
If you are neither a man.
Did you do this, Kyle? Because that's the first place I saw it was the laugh track. Did you add that, or did someone else?
Nope, I found that on 4chan.
Oh, it's
so good. It's so good.
Dying.
Yeah, no, I hate the laugh track volume. It's not exactly well. I'd have evened out the audio.
The idea carries it.
It's perfect. It's perfect. And the Seinfeld intro initially lets you know what you're in for too.
Yep.
You are a woman, then what are you?
Non-binary.
A narcissist.
I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she.
It's like this is trying to train people how to talk to their parents if they feel like they want.
It's worse than that. Let me repeat what I said on my stream, man. Mm-hmm. Immediately when she says, "I'm non-binary," I just said, "Nigga," she was asking you a question, and she wants to understand. This is something that I think a lot of these entities don't get. is that when they're explaining where they're coming from with this bullshit, it's not something that the people who aren't about it know anything about. They need you to be a little nuanced, a little articulate in your explanation. It can't just be, I'm non-binary, I just said. This is your mom you talking to, you dumb bitch. And she's actually going the distance to ask you questions, and she gives an in-universe kind of correlation or connection. Like, oh, we know this in our culture. Maybe you're like this. And she goes into this, why do you have to keep picking at it? Why can't you just accept me for what I am? And I'm like, nigga, how old is this bitch? In Kunari years, is she like 12? Is she like 13? Fresh off TikTok talking about, this is what I am now. It's not a phase. It would be acceptable for a character if it were just fucking her. But it's the whole game. It's all of the writing. It's insufferable. And to give the game one piece of credit, I'm glad they killed her fucking mom in this game, because it's exactly what a dog shit character like this deserves. Running your fucking mouth like you're right about everything. Like I said, if we were to write this character, we wouldn't change a goddamn thing if our intent were to make transgender entity in fucking video game look stupid, because that's what the writers have done. The same thing Spider-Man's writers did with Mary Jane. They made her look like a fucking moron. You knew the symbiote was making Parker go crazy. Oh, but I'm still mad at him because I'm an irrational fucking woman, right? Must be because she's white and cisgender. I bet if she were Hispanic or black or some shit, they would never make her so dumb. And that sums these people up.
Don't you guys think it's a little bit odd though? Because in this scene in particular, she acts like a teenager. She acts like 14, 15, mom, accept me kind of bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. But then like not even just a couple of scenes later, and I don't know if it's in this compilation or another one, she's going up on Rook like she's a fucking 25-year-old guy trying to date a girl in a bar.
That one's in this too.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I'm like, how did we get to this again? Because you're acting like a little bitch here, and then
the writers just wanted different scenarios, and they were going to make them happen whether or not they fit. Remember what I'm saying right now for the end of this video? Whether or not it fits. If we can get to the end of this, there's something that a character says after the push-ups, man. They laugh at the bitch while she's doing the push-ups as an apology for misgendering. Then they say something, my man, that I've been repeating all over the internet, and it doesn't fit. Guys, it doesn't fit.
None of this fits.
You want me to talk about it right now in case we don't even get there? At the end of it, when she's doing her fucking push-ups, bro, the character laughs and she says, bend your knees. Now, bending knees isn't something you do when you're doing push-ups, unless you're doing bitch push-ups where you're on your knees, which would have been probably better for the scene.
She said
if you got on your knees and then did baby push-ups. But when one of the characters... What?
She said bend your knees?
Go to the end of the video.
Okay. Because that's not how you do push-ups.
And make them feel better.
I mean, if you're a girl, it is.
Who ate the last breaded cheese wand?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I guess I thought, well, I
Oh yeah, when we get to the second barf, yeah.
I'm pulling a barf.
Wait, there's a second one?
There's a second one in the same scene. Yes, it blew my mind too. It blew my mind too.
Oh man, I saw you were playing this tonight. I must have hopped out of your stream while you were playing this.
No. I found this out on Hypnocast today. I was watching the same video, and I didn't realize there was two barbs in the same misgendering scene. So we're not only lambasting one person, we're lambasting a second person.
Well,
in the same scene.
You got to think like the ideology is like they're trying to reinforce this is how we're training people. This is how people learn, and this is how it becomes a pattern. How other people do it,
bro.
2, 3. Heart's in the right place. Form's a little sloppy though.
Bend your knees.
Ice.
Bend your knees.
Now, it'd be one thing if she was saying, get on your knees and just push with your hands.
Yeah.
But what she's saying is bend your knees as if to imply, adjust your form while you're doing push-ups. Bent knees are better. They're not. But the writers just wanted to say bend your knees.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it fits or not. That's what they wanted to do, so it's in there.
How about that? That's a hypno freeze frame right there.
I actually did freeze on this exact frame because I freaked out because actually, if you can, I don't know if you have the you probably don't. To compare, if you go back to the scene of her sitting with her mom at the table, she literally looks 10, 15 years younger. She has a more feminine face. But here, she has this like masculine, I'm about to fuck the shit out of you kind of. Look at her. Look, she even got the TikTok little puckery lips
looks
on this scene. Like, what
Wait.
the fuck is this? And then if you go to the close-up, go back to the close-up again.
Yikes.
She's like, I'm about to rail you in the ass right now. Look at this. Go.
Shadow
She doesn't really have a dick anyway, but
I put a
look at
Galifianakis in there, yeah,
what is that?
because that's how I
not-
felt. Yeah,
The nose is not even the same. That's not the same person.
The eyebrows are huge.
Massive. She's got the Giga Chad face. What? Like, that's not the same fucking creature. What is that?
That's a dude.
It's because she's trying to showcase masculine energy in this particular scene. So in order to do that, they gave her those kind of expressions. And to be honest, I would even say they probably changed her face up a little bit, because if you look at every other picture of her face, I'm looking at one right now. I'm looking at my thumbnail right now on Twitter for Hypnocast. I put Tosh on the thumbnail. It's very feminine. Even there's very, I mean, it's not feminine. I mean, she's a Kunari, but like, you got the angular face, you know what I mean? The high cheekbones and all that stuff. You have that. But in the other one, it's just, it's way more masculine. I don't know. And then when she cries, she has a masculine face, just like Angela did in Silent Hill 2. It's so weird with these characters they're making now, the androgynous ones that are female but are meant to be like androgynous. They'll be like feminine-ish looking when they're standing still, but the moment they start crying, they turn into like, I don't know, fucking dude. It's the weirdest thing.
Really is. I want to watch this part though, because I didn't really see this part. Where after the hold on.
I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she from now on. Quick, think about us having sex.
Bro.
I thought they were all like, this whole side was like against the whole like how do I say this on YouTube? Grapes?
No, they're down for it. They just don't admit it, to be true, to be honest with you.
I mean, 100%. This is
Because you know how you know that's true? Because if you look at any of these woke ass females and their TikToks and their Twitter page and everything like that, they're constantly reading dark fantasy books that all have grape scenes in it. They're constantly fetishizing it. You literally had women fucking fetishizing and sharing. What was that guy that killed like 3 women or something like that? They're like, oh, I totally would. Meanwhile, this motherfucker killed women and they're sharing it just because he was I forgot who it was, man. I forgot his name. I'm sure the chat probably knows. But yeah, they were doing, they don't care. They don't care, bro. They're into that shit.
Yeah.
So now we need to figure out if it's cash lock or top lock.
If it's what?
In the explanation is that it's like one's
So now we need to
flirting and
figure
the
out if
other's
it's cash
stupid. I
lock or
don't know.
top lock.
Oh, okay.
But what they're effectively saying is now we figure out if it's top or bottom, and they just didn't want to.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This guy. Let me share my screen really quick. This guy.
I'm sorry for slowing that down after Galifianakis, but I thought her face was so ugly. I just wanted every frame.
Yeah. So this is Wade Wilson. Wade Wilson killed like a bunch of fucking women, and he showed up in court.
Totally sane and normal.
Yeah, totally sane. He showed up in court, and somebody, you know, they had a recording of him in court, and that shit went viral on Twitter. I'm sorry, not Twitter, TikTok. And all you had was bitches in there like, oh my God, what's his number? I'm like, bro, he killed women. Like, cold-blooded killed women. And you're like, what's his number? I would. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, so, yeah, don't believe that shit, bro. These fucking psychopaths, they're all into that shit.
I mean, there's someone for everyone in this world, clearly.
Bro, he's a crazy motherfucker. They call him the Deadpool killer.
It's like, what's that Stockholm syndrome when you're like locked up by your captor and they just fall in love with you? These people have
That's sophisticated. This is just bitches see somebody that they would fuck, and it doesn't matter what they've done, so they would still.
And the ironic thing is, he literally has a swastika on his face, and they're calling us. They're calling us Nazis. They're calling us Nazis, but they want to fuck the guy with the swastika on the face. Man, make that shit make sense.
There's a Stone Toss comic for this where it's like they go, "Hey, you're racist," and he goes, "Really?" And then he says some racist shit. And a black girl is near him and it's like, ah! But then she's like, ooh. You know what I mean? Like she would do them. Yeah.
Bro, it's crazy.
It kind of reminds me
like all these. I'm sorry, guys, Smash. Sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick, like that HR meme where it's like the ugly guy. She's like, help HR. That's like the cute guy that says something really like hardcore. And she's like, sure, let's go do it.
I have one of those where it's Stellar Blade and Bowser and it's Kim Belair.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's like all the black women that are on Twitter talking about how white men suck, but then they advocate for all the interracial relationships that are in movies now. because in every single movie, it's always a black female with a white guy, like 95% of the time.
Well,
But
not
you
just
hate
movies,
white dudes
commercials
so
too.
much.
Car commercials, especially.
Yeah, all the time.
commercials everywhere.
Right before they tell you, like those commercials that like Ozempic and pill commercial, all that. Right before they give you the side effects about how it's going to kill you if you take it, they'll just show you like a happy black female with a happy white dude. Like, here you go, watch this while we're about to tell you everything this pill's about to do to you. And then they speak to you. They speak to you.
Diarrhea, possible death.
They speak to you in Telemundo speed, where it's so fucking fast you can't even understand it. Or they speak to you in like car lease commercial. You ever seen a fucking car lease commercial?
You
Where
remember
they
the
show you
micro
a big number, and then at the end they're just like blah, 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 like really fast. Like,
Oh,
all right,
you know the Micro Machines guy, right?
what happened?
The Micro Machines car commercial guy.
Yeah.
Where he talks
They
super fast. He's
they do it. It's like an auctioneer. They do it purposely.
Look is serious. Like you want to grab that and taste its
Bro, the
neck
slow mo just adds extra effect to this. Oh my god, the spit, yeah.
The reason I wanted to
like a
slow mo it
redneck
right there,
trucker.
it was because the noise preceded all of that, and not only that, it's just so stupid. Like, I don't know what's supposed to be hot about this. Like, it's just stupid.
It's some chick's fantasy over at BioWare. I'm telling you, bro.
How is
But there's so many ways that you could make it a cool, or not cooler, no pun intended, like a hotter experience. If your sexual companion can breathe fire, think of like if Baldur's Gate did this, man. This was the best you had. She spits like a little fire cinder into like a spit bucket. It's so fucking stupid.
No,
I mean, some people have bears and other people have fire breath.
If she turned to the candle and lit the candle or something, make it romantic, that would have been badass.
I'm thinking she's riding you, and in the middle of ecstasy, she's like she just cranes her neck back and fire or something, dude. You got to over the head shot, but you know what? You'd have to have taste or some kind of imagination to mix something like that up. What I don't understand about woke is how they can never just take something that already works and not fuck it up. There's so many people who make a living out of that on TikTok, on just take something that works already.
They have an agenda. They don't. It's not talent. You're giving them credit for talent.
They don't want to give you what you want. Like, that's not.
Right,
They
that's
don't.
not
They
the
don't
priority.
like. They don't like us. It's not even just us. Like, they don't like. They don't like their customers. It's the weirdest thing. It's one of the few industries that I've ever seen where the people don't like their fucking like actively do everything possible to not give their customers what they want. It's the weirdest thing. And then the one or two times that we actually do get what we want, the money flows in. It's retarded. It makes no sense.
Well, the problem is the way I know they hate capitalism, but the way capitalism is set up, if they make a crappy product or not, guess what? They still get every 2 weeks on the way to the end.
Yeah, no, they get paid no matter what. But that's what I'm saying. They're doing activism on someone else's dime. They don't give a shit. You think these lower level employees have been convinced by the upper echelon executives that they actually give a fuck about their social cause? So these lower level employees are doing exactly what they're told, while the executives get bank and bonuses from their DEI hiring. Like, they all get it. And they don't really care. The executives get rich now. They're not looking to get rich later or build a franchise or whatever. They don't give a fuck. They're just trying to get rich off of the franchise now and then move on to the next thing. They're parasites.
Well, they're parasites and they're tourists. They don't care for the industry. They'll watch it burn. And then
most of these executives, they don't. You think these executives are gamers? Like, let's be real.
How dangerous do you people feel mixing it up with these fucking nobodies on the internet that don't even understand their cog wheel in the machinery of all of this? That's the problem. I know better than to engage with some of these cocksuckers, because if they ever found out how irrelevant they were in the grand scheme of this, like how they're not even a piece to the puzzle that we're working on right now. You know what I mean? They're a stray that ended up in this box.
They're so sure they're in the right, which is the funniest part about all of it. It's
I'm waiting for them to realize that, and I don't want to be anywhere near.
What it reminds me of, and this is like a psychological thing with like just how the human brain works. It happens in a lot of different areas, like investments. It happens in investments. It happens in politics, where people are so sure that their candidate's going to win. Like, all the polls say it. They're so sure their investment is going to work.
It reminds me of a gambler.
It's a gambler, exactly. And it's like their brain convinces them that that's the only thing that is correct. And then when reality hits them, they cannot comprehend it. They can't
Yeah,
make
for some of them, it's a blow your brains out moment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And if they can be brought to do that, they could probably do all kinds of other nonsense.
Mhm.
So, well, you know, I can only wish them the best.
I want to hear.
Read the chat, Smash. Read the chat.
Wait, read the chat.
Private chat.
Oh.
That's how I know
Hey, I'm
you're
in
new
the
to
private
this.
chat.
Oh,
That's how I know you need this. It's okay.
Well, I mean, look at me being awkward here. Well, Hypno, this was a surprise, a welcome one for sure. This is the first time you've been on my channel, so how about that? After all these,
I
days?
chose to hang out with you instead of reading manga. So there you go.
Well, dude, that knowing how much you love your manga.
Manga.
Sorry. You
Fucking
even
white
just
people,
said
man.
it, and I still fucked it up.
okay.
Knowing how much you love it, that really means a lot, and I'm so happy you were able to make it tonight. This was epic, dude. I think it's gone on for a while. I don't know how much longer Kyle's got, but we'll let you do your outro here real quick, and then we'll probably be ending it pretty soon too. But go ahead.
I really don't have an outro, but it's okay. Just check out my channel. Don't check out my Twitter. I'm currently banned, so there's that. You can check out my main channel for all my videos and live streams, or you can check out my side channel, Hypnotic Live, for all my clips and gaming streams, whichever works for you. And if you want to see my unbelievably ridiculous growing collection of manga, you can go check out Hypnotic Manga if you so choose. It's a lot of fun. I'm about to unbox a 77 volume box that I got from eBay. One of the oldest mangas in history. That should be fun.
And not to gargle your digital nuts here, but you are an inspiration for me, and you push me, man. And I thank you for everything you do. So
I'll keep you on your toes, Smash. Don't worry.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. Peace out, everybody. Kyle,
Lovely
stop being
meeting
racist.
you. Lovely meeting you, Hypnotic. Yeah.
Stop being
Yeah.
racist. Stop being
How
racist.
is it racist? Italian's a race too.
Stop being racist. You
Man.
chose a white man. It's just crazy shit, bro. Crazy. Nice meeting you too. Talk to you later. Bye.
Talk to you later. I don't think he gets how much heat it would be, man, if it was me and him. Shit.
Oh man.
He doesn't know, man. Like I think if you've gone back to see anything that I'm saying, just like the most irrelevant shit, and somebody's just I'm their crusade
they
now.
search it out. They search it out. I know.
And I'm so grateful for all of you, Hypnotic, Vara, even Grums. People get really mad at him, and I love it because he's a spotlight, man. He's a booster. He is
Well, that's how you know you're making an impact. The more they hate you, the more you know you're in the right. It's actually a direct correlation.
I can't stand how some people can be convinced to fight each other, though. I genuinely and utterly believe in standing up for what you believe in, making your voice known or heard. I would never want to silence anybody, but it should be so apparent sometimes they want us fighting amongst each other, and they'll find or say anything to get you to do it, whether it's true or not. And it's because of the work that we're doing here, where I've never had a thrill, even in like school, of showing my work. Felt like it was a fucking waste of time, I know how I got here. You know how I got here. It is correct. The answer's correct. Let's move on. But
Right.
showing my work now, brother, the way we can kind of refer back to it and be like, well, actually, it's just magnificent, because they can't do that. Their kind of go-to is a smoke screen and hoping people don't care enough, or if they care right now, then they won't care in the future. So I just
Right.
love it. Yeah.
Right. But I did want to play this. I know we're winding down, but
Yeah.
And dude, this has been an epic stream. But I want to play this in slow mo to hear the sound. So let's listen real quick here.
The collarbone.
That's like way delayed.
You don't want to pay attention to this game because there are times their mouths don't even move.
Shadow
Oh, I've noticed. Yeah, I've noticed.
Oh yeah, good.
Using they and knowing that,
Ugh.
it feels good.
It's like the same scene keeps playing out over and over. It's like the same scene keeps happening.
Imagine going through life and someone called me, referred to me as him, and me going to someone saying it feels good that they called me him.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? Who cares? Like,
That
so weird.
It feels good. I just have to break something, and I can get stuck in arguments, needing things to be a certain way.
So I'm supposed to struggle with who I am? Even if I don't feel like I fit, even if I feel wrong?
Dragons wouldn't have kings. They'd have queens.
Maker's panties. I was so proud.
I don't understand that line, by the way.
It's basically just saying,
Maker's
if God were in the room right now, what would she think? It's
And
not
God-
Maker's boxers, it's Maker's panties.
I've never heard either one of those terms.
Yeah, it's not organic dialogue. It's just dog shit. And it works for some idiot who thinks like, oh, that's so clever.
Well, I mean, I
this
guess-
woman's wearing a peacock like feathers on her back.
To give them credit, like in a fantasy setting, it could potentially work because you're making up a language and this is how they talk. But then you're trying to intertwine that with modern audience shit, and it doesn't make sense. It's like you got to pick a lane.
For me, this feels almost like if I were to pick up a Lord of the Rings game and they were talking like this. That's how it feels.
Oh God, where it's like they give like the father of so and so, the son of so and so in between every time they announce.
You know what? You and me probably remember movies from like the 2000s
Yep.
where the whole fucking you could see from a character in a trailer exactly what you're getting with this movie, like Epic Movie or something like that. I remember Scary Movie had like, I think it was a superhero version where there's black guys in it saying, oh, hell nah. And like, and people that exist just to slap somebody or fart. And that's what this feels like. Just dog shit.
Yep.
It's every character's a child. And, oh, I'm going to pull a barf, guys. This is a mature game. You know, it does me. Like my blood boils just like playing through this dog shit because that's where we are. The gore in Mortal Kombat is okay, but not the breasts. That's problematic.
Well, it's interesting the dynamics of what's socially acceptable as the decades pass.
But just like that, you saw there was like a study, if you will, where the women were saying, we like to play the bimbo, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
The bimbo's the American waifu. Who doesn't want to play as her? And they're going to try to refute that with more of this stuff?
Well, the funniest part was when I saw those, was it the girls were saying they wanted to play as the hot chick, and the guys were saying they want to play as the hot chick. And it's like, wait, everyone's saying they want to play as a hot chick. Why are we removing the hot chick?
I guess because they want the Asians to make the billions, and they just keep with the layoffs. Yeah, cool.
But that's basically, we already watched this part of it, right? So, well, did we watch the whole thing?
I'm holding it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
what are you doing?
Yeah, show your
Pulling a
sign.
barf.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pulling
Okay.
a brap.
A barf?
A brap.
When one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a bar.
Oh, they also shrunk her tits in this one too, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah. Trust me, I'm aware. There's another game for Nintendo where it's like an elf girl, and they closed her shirt so there's no like window to a bit of the cleavage, and it's utterly baffling. It's really reaching a point where if you identify as female, even digitally, you are not allowed to showcase any aspect of your body. But I've seen it with trans men and drag queens that have big bosoms and breasts. They are allowed to be featured. There was a game called Hyenas that was canceled, and it was going to have a drag queen character in it. Even the camera angles in the trailer were just like really giving it to this character. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. And don't you ever misgender again.
Oh, Tash isn't the first non-binary member of the Lords.
Jesus
Really?
Christ, man.
It was a little before your time, but Horlicks was one of ours. Huh.
Huh.
Must have looked better.
Imagine just there's such a cringy dialogue. My brain is putting me in the room with these people. I would be like rolling my eyes and leaving. I'm like, what am I doing in here?
Every character sucks.
I
Everyone.
did in a dress or pants. Sometimes people say, oops, sorry, and hope that fixes it. But they just want to get that.
Imagine being, what is this, woman-splaining? Imagine a woman-splaining a barf to you in real life. How would you feel about that?
I'll tell you how my girlfriend tells me she feels when I put on Jim Sterling, who was born with a dick and balls, that transition, and then thinks he gets to talk to like everybody about how they need to act about anything. Nah, brother, you don't speak for us anymore. You sure as hell don't speak for women. Stop, brother. Stop. You have your feelings and you're free to showcase and demonstrate them on your little Twitter. He blocked me on Twitter, and he has his YouTube channel where he seethes at people for their opinions. But let me tell you something, man. You do not represent my demographic. You don't represent normal women. And if you offered, this is what I always talk about on my channel, is how they have to take choice away from you because they know you'd never choose them. They know that. They know that if there were ever a vote, if there were ever a choice.
To your point, the choice of making a big tits on her is gone. You can't do that.
Exactly.
Because people would do that.
This is waking people up. Just like how we talk about, something bad happens and it makes people seek you out, seek Hypnotic out, seek someone like me if they can find me, right? Mm-hmm. It's because of their oversteps. Trans scars, but not breasts or ass. That's Saints Row reboot all over again, man. Mm-hmm. And maybe you've seen my images where I show you the same 36 marker in old Saints Row versus Saints Row, the reboot 36 marker. It is abs versus breasts. So you really need to make it a little less obvious what you're doing, but they didn't care to because it's their way or the highway. So I think, they get what they get.
I think they don't think about us when they do it. They think about the normie out there that doesn't pay attention to YouTube or anything like that and just goes out and consumes product.
I think they do think about us, and they underestimate what we will be able to perceive at a glance. That's why they had to have a redirection, a focus. Like, you remember, they released a trailer. Everybody said, fuck you. Fuck this. Have you lost your mind? Even with YouTube and its corporate ass deciding no one can see these dislikes. You have your Kyles, you have everybody else going, here's what the extension says. Who jumps up? Same people giving it high scores right now. Those aren't right. Those dislikes are incorrect. Nuh-uh, please.
Don't even get me started on the whole dislike being removed from YouTube thing. What was that from Disney? I think when they had a big movie coming out, they had a backroom deal with YouTube to get them removed, and they just removed them for the entire fucking platform because of that.
That's money. That's power.
It's crazy.
Disney's in the same funny situation with them dumbass dwarves. They had to go back and make some damn changes. But it's the indication and the reaction from us that, hell no, we don't like this. And they're learning it again.
And they try to blame it on what they try to blame it on? Harassment or negative. What was even the explanation that YouTube gave for getting rid of the dislikes? It was something super retarded. I'm like, what is this? We can't. You're taking away the choice. You're taking away the ability for people to see what the masses feel about things and giving people.
It's made it very easy for scammers to do what they do. You know, people want to talk about Indian accents. Bitch, when I have a motherfucking problem, I jump up on YouTube and look something up, and you damn skippy, I find a very thick accented Indian who's giving me a video tutorial of how to solve one of the many ways to solve my issues. And previously, we would have the dislikes to indicate, okay, this guy's just scamming us. This guy's just trying to do this. He's trying to keep you listening to get
videos when you're like trying to fix something and like if I'm trying to fix my car, like how to turn off the oil thing, like just stupid stuff in life where you're like, I need a quick how-to video and I'm on my phone and I don't have the dislikes. I'm like, I need to fucking know if this video is even worth watching. And then you have to watch like 2 minutes of it to even get to the part. And I'm like, this video sucks. Like, why they get rid of the dislikes? Give people the choice of if you don't want to see them. You can, if you're offended by stuff, you can tick a box and remove them on your own profile if you want to do that. But they took away, like you said, they take away the choice. They just make the decision for you.
I just love that this, I love tuning into shills like the Greg person of Kinda Funny, because they are the perfect indication of what narrative they're going to spin, what argument straw man they're going to erect and imply, just like with Yote, oh, you hate women in a game? No, we hate activists because we have indicated and seen that they cannot resist injecting themselves. With this game, this douche really jumped up and said, oh, we're not supportive and we're dehumanizing people because we won't just allow them to have characters in the game. That's what it's about. Not this 5-minute video with this character lecturing and a character being forced to prostrate them. They're getting on the ground, their hands on the ground, and they're saying, I'm sorry. And in the midst of that sorry, you're laughing at them, saying your form is incorrect and that you should bend your knees. So, and I said this in the tweet, I said, I could play devil's advocate and say, maybe the writers are so brain damaged, they don't know how a push-up works.
No, that's what I was just
and therefore their strong woman character doesn't know how a push-up works.
Right.
But I think, I'm done giving them credit for the multiple characters they've written unbearable because their writing style isn't unbearable.
To your point, they wanted to get that line in there about bending the knee. Like that's what it was about. It wasn't about getting it right. It was about making sure they got a line in there.
This whole game doesn't fit, but they decided to paint Dragon Age on top of it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I my big question to you is, how many more this tier screw ups are we going to witness before, for the most part, gaming's kind of back on track? Even if we're just playing Asian games for a while.
It's a really good question. I think everyone knew, like, we saw on the horizon, we saw Dustborn, Concord, and this.
People see Marathon on the horizon as well.
Oh, Marathon. Yeah, that's another one. Good point. But that's really it. I mean, I'm sure there's more that will come. There always are. But I hesitate to say the world is healing because we know it takes a long time. But you wonder how many games got canceled or kiboshed. That Sony one, the other Sony one. Remember that one?
I didn't even think about that, man.
That one that was the follow-up to Concord that they put on ice. What was it, Fire or something? I did a video on it.
I wonder if they'd have the intelligence to cancel things we haven't even heard about yet because they know it's too woke to succeed.
Well, that's what I wondered. The game, I can't think of the name of it. Maybe the chat knows what I'm talking about. The upcoming Firewalk. Well, no, Firewalk Studios was the game called Firewalk? It was about like the robbers in the bank.
Oh my god, I know. God, the chat's gonna get it before me, and it's like a black lady. And it's dog shit. I hate it. It looked like an extraction shooter. It's so forgettable. We can't even remember the name.
Then we got one right. I got it first, but the internet found it for me.
Damn it.
Fair Games, and notice how Fair Games was touted as like the next big thing. Lots of money being poured into it. A new studio from Sony, and that was about a year and 3 months ago for the debut trailer.
You put a smile back on my face, man. Big thing. I'm remembering how they were talking behind the scenes about how Concord's apparently a Star Wars tier. Just, they're going to really be making their investment back with that. Are you? No. My favorite thing when I'm just kicking it at home, cleaning up, doing whatever, man, going through stuff, editing, I listen to people make excuses for why Concord failed. When you and me, we've played games all our life. We've had comic books. We've touched an action figure or two before. How something looks is everything. Put two comic books on a shelf. One has Concord characters. They're just going to get the other one, dude. What are you, stupid? And you have nobody in your studio that is allowed to speak up. So I guess
because they get these environments where it's the toxic positivity reinforcement circle, where it's just a circle jerk.
There's toxic positivity where you have to assume that most people at work deal with it to a greater or lesser extent. But then there's, you will address me as the professor and you need to meet me in this room for this. You know what I mean?
Dude, Firewalk Studios shut down. I'm glad you brought that up. Where do you think the professor is going to end up? Will the professor get brought onto another game studio, or will they go to another industry and work in a bank.
I think all of them have at least one backup plan that is a safety net other entities with equally dyed hair have set up for
one
them.
of them, because this is over 100 employees. That's a lot of fucking.
No. Not all of them. Not all of them. Not all of them. I would wager anybody with a voice / platform loud enough to establish, I guess, not a network, but kind of like the pull to float their dumbass kind of begging, please hire me, to somebody that will see it and go, hey, they agree with the right stuff. And, you know, when some people end up in HR, they're just like, oh, I've got just the person that I'll hire. You know what I mean? So a couple of them will survive, but I think a lot of them, like, they were getting away with this and they were taking it for granted. So
I think wherever they end up next, assuming that the company cares about making money, they're going to be watched like a hawk to make sure whatever they did doesn't happen again. I'd like to think that, but maybe I have too much faith in
I feel like we got another year of failure. I feel like some of what we observed in the Disney space, it would take about, you know how like Critical Drinker gets up Hollywood's ass?
Yeah.
And Nerderotic? It would take some of us, I want to say, matching their energy until there's at least 6 of us before we could get this out of the door in a under 2-year kind of cycle. And you know it too. I know you're aware of some of the things that are eventually coming out based on what some people have told you. But the truth of the matter is, I feel, and I think, who was it, man? I was on Yellow Flash's stream. It was Endymion. It was Endymion saying that he is aware of what we all know, that they're watching what's happening right now with your Concords and your Dragon Ages. They're seeing that things like a LGBTQ plus tag is having a bad impact on sales. You know, when you're resorting to giving away copies because you're trying to fluff up your number. You saw how hard they were trying to reach 90,000.
Yep.
Man, there's this meme. You know, the guy with the fishing rod, and it's like, oh, it has to be quicker than that. I saw that with the 90,000. Fuck me. Now I'm not sad or mad or whatever. I don't really have feelings regardless for where this game does or performs and stuff like that. But moving into the future, I know that they're thinking twice. I know they're seeing, I mentioned these games like Inzoi versus Sims, Path of Exile versus Diablo. You know, Path of Exile had a topless boss in there. Why do you think I'm so excited? You know what I'm saying? That's where we are supposed to be. In my dream world, Elden Ring wouldn't be scared of sex. We could play as a naked character and really feel like dirt. Just, you know, man, getting kicked and fighting all these bosses. But of course, that's going to come off Coomer to these degenerates that only want Coom for them. I don't know if you've seen this image that I was floating around with. I didn't, you know, it was the Dustborn developer. And they were saying how they're going to make knitting men and sexy non-binaries is the term that they used. So sexy's okay for you. Haven't seen that?
No.
Oh man, let me find a way to drop it. Is there a way to drop stuff into the chat here?
Private chat. Was it Ragnar Tornquist, the Dustborn dev?
You just said a name, and if that's their name, I'll join you in the laugh, man. I don't know. Can you imagine?
I mean, he already blocked me on Twitter. He wasn't a big fan of my exposés on him.
What you mean, Ragnar Tornquist, bro?
Wait, you don't know? Wait, you don't know?
No way. I don't know, man. No.
This is Ragnar Tornquist right here. That's him.
Oh my god! I've seen, you know, I have pictures of this guy when he was at the convention, and there's like big titty waifus behind him in pictures, and there's nobody in this thing. His name is Ragnar Tord. Stop, get him off the screen, bro.
And it's a Norwegian. Well, real quick before I do, Norwegian video game designer.
That's it. So it's a racist thing if I laugh at the name. Get out.
No, don't worry.
It's just wild.
No, you're good with him because he only likes black people. He hates white people. That was my coverage on him.
Oh,
you're actually good with him. You're it should be good.
Okay. Well, you know,
I
think my own culture is very funny. That's why, you know, Jesus.
Oh shit. But let me get to some of these supers if we're done on that topic, because we really went on.
I'll look for that picture because I really want to show you what I'm talking about with the Dustborn developer.
Okay. I was gonna say, did you want to stick around? But feel free to stick around and look for the picture while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Let me find out where I left off here. Adam reveal for the 2. My greatest wish has come true. I'm assuming that's you, Kyle, being here.
Oh, well, I appreciate. Well, you're welcome.
That might have also been around the time Hypno came for the 3 of us to get together. But
Oh,
either way, he's happy you're here. Caps Lock 3 for another 5. Thank you. Hypnotic looks like if a bunch of SJWs made a ripoff of Disco Elysium. I always have trouble saying that. And they made a trans character. This is what they would look like. I love Hypno's character. I love him. Mikey Doucette will sub for feed picks about $3.50 for $2. Freaking finally, been waiting for this forever. I think he's talking about us getting together for a stream. Adair Soto for the 2. It's about goddamn time you two finally meet. He's talking about you and Hypno.
Oh.
Envec for 5. Behold the McDuggans. May you never be in a waifu war. Oh man, McDuggans definitely needs to be in a waifu battle. That'd be amazing. McDuggans is quite the celebrity these days. Mikey Doucette will sub for 2. McDuggans for Prez 2028. He's got my vote at this rate. Khalid for 10. This is my favorite anime crossover of the year.
And you don't seem to. That's a lane. No worry about.
PD for 2. It's Laura Kate Dale. Oh yeah, that's the one.
Can you?
Trick Weeks and Bush's fault.
They springing that on people like I was working on this game. No, you know what I mean?
Dude, that Laura Kate Dale character is shit. The research I did on him, that's padded room material. PD for 5. Don't blame guys like Young Ye. They appreciate you guys taking the heat and speak truth against ill peeps like Laura Kate Dale, Trick Weeks, and Bush.
I'm not blaming Young. Yeah, I appreciate that he's doing his thing and getting in movies and shit.
Like you said, though, he only covers the safe topics with they
exactly, but they're too safe, if you know what I mean. He's like kind of carrying water for some people, where you observe absolutely incorrigible things occurring where you should speak up. It would be in your interest to speak up, but now, like I said, because you've got a brand and maybe you're in movies, you don't want to mess that up. You're being invited to the Game Awards, you don't want to mess that up. Keely's pulling the camera and putting it on Young. Yeah, you better shut the fuck up and not ruin a good thing. You and me, dude, we have standards. If Nintendo gave us some sort of special treatment, we might be a bitch and shut the fuck up, right? But, like, if Dragon Age came to us, dude.
No. I'd like to think I'm impartial to anyone, but I talk a big game. You're right. I don't know how I would.
No. Let me grease that better so it makes us look good. If we were older, right? And it's like, let's leave the kind of excessive digging and editorialism to younger people that can probably, we got a family and stuff like this. We're getting on in years. If Nintendo gave us a deal, we might be like, oh, well, man, that sucks. I hope somebody talks about that. You know what I mean? Shit, man. But y'all be bending over for like Sushi Squad. Like, I get you probably thought Rocksteady was what it used to be, but it's not.
I mean, a lot of people thought BioWare was what it used to be, and it's definitely not.
A lot of people thought Bethesda was what it used to be.
And Bethesda too, yeah. I mean, you go through the list. The problem is the developer's studio name is just a name. The people that make the game, that's the funniest part about it, is they think they're interchangeable cogs in a machine, and they're not. And we're finding that out.
I've brought them all. I say I'm speaking on behalf of the gamers here. We've all brought them to their knees when it comes to, think about how like Halo's 343 thought they were their own studio when they were fucking up that game for a decade, and now they're like, we're the Halo studio. We're the Halo studio.
They do, like, it's exactly what Sweet Baby's trying to do, trying to partner with other people right now, the fucking Powell group, trying to change their name into something else so people don't associate with a failure. It's like you can paint a piece of shit, but it's still a piece of shit. Like,
they're gonna have real trouble getting at the heterosexuals. And if they strike me down, I won't grow back stronger. I'll come back as Kyle the White Man, like Lord of the Rings, and I'll have a staff and everything. You know what I'm saying? They won't even know it's me. Yeah.
Kyle the White.
Oh man. Kyle Dolph, is that you?
Kyle Dolph. Alistar Perez for 2. Love when Kyle starts yelling. Don't we all? God, you're epic on your rants, man. Dragon Master 0 for 2. I think they will truly go insane once Trump wins. Assuming Trump wins. Assuming that there's no shenanigans going on.
Can you imagine? I would be thankful for a little bit of time with them off, like they're preoccupied. You know what I mean? Jesus.
Like the meltdown or the what
I don't even care about the meltdown. I don't want it to seem like I'm invested in how they feel about anything. I just want them out of here, man. Worry about something else. Fucking ruining this shit is your fucking full-time job.
To that point, I not to ever want mass tragedy, but I almost feel like
that's the best way to set up anything, man. I just want to let that hang a little bit so people really appreciate it, you know? Yeah, this is gonna be some cool shit that he says now.
I think human beings have gotten way too comfortable, and they look to make shit up to get upset about when they've never dealt with real tragedy on a worldwide grand scale.
I feel the same way. Sometimes I feel like a volcano should just go off. How manly you want to make this conversation, honestly? We should talk about our handlers now. You know what I mean?
Think about back when 9/11 happened, how the country came together. You know, like that was something
from the perspective of those fucking yuppie hippie bastards.
Mhm.
It's that we were easy to program and condition back then because we were all watching the boob tube still, and they want to believe everybody can, quote, think for themselves because any disagreement is people being an NPC to them. So they would believe if 9/11 happened today, that people like me would be like, did you see that building come down at free fall speed into its footprint? That's what I'd be saying. You know what I mean? Hey, you guys see that building over there? Nothing hit that. You know what I mean?
To be fair, I was kind of talking like that back when it was happening. So
yeah, but we also do to be quiet. I feel like them these days, they don't know when it's time to shut up. And that's what their demise will be. You can't read the room. You lack social awareness. You lack any social experience, and it shows in your dog shit writing. Everybody's ready for you to, and the only people who aren't ready to be done with you are people who haven't yet brushed up against you. But with every Halo, with every free, and some people, again, they're going to be like, oh, you're making a big deal implying, oh, everything's as woke as this. To me, man, we look at things, and that's where we form, as a species, some opinions. Yep. We impulsively react to how we feel about something. When a lady look like a man, that is not a feeling we can like condition out of ourselves. We can condition ourselves and restrain ourselves and choose how to speak following what we have felt. But much like a woman makes an instant decision on who she's going to bang, whether he's killed people or not with tattoos on his face, we as humans, unfortunately, see some stuff and go, okay, well, I'm not as into that as I would be something else if it was in my face, something with a little more meat. And they realize that and take away choice. So juxtaposed or contrasted with Asian games, where they don't fully operate under the ridiculous cult ideology of not allowing pretty women in there, you just don't stand a chance. And those games are in the palm of people's hands. You're not going to get us to forget real women. You're not going to get us to believe that digital women can't be attractive because real women don't look like that. Some of us can crane our neck in the room we're in and see bigger titties than you're allowing, prettier women than you're allowing, and people go to school, I don't know what they're thinking, because in my opinion, if you and I were woke dudes, we would hire good man writers.
Yeah.
And pay them enough to write these woke ass stories to actually hook people. We would get some sexy bitches in our games to hook these people. We would pay sexy bartenders to spit that woke fucking ideology to people that'll just be, oh, stars in their eyes while they're looking at this hot bitch. and then gradually do something, not go, this man, this masculine looking entity is a woman and you like it now. And we're like, try again, bye. I'm not buying this again. Who are you? You worked on this? No, never again. But this is their fantasy they putting in the game. And then she stands over and then you're short. Imagine if you're a guy character and you're hooking up with this polygon.
Dominatrix. Adair Soto for 5. When I look at you three, you're the big three from World War II. Smash is British and Hypnotic is the USA. Kyle is Russia. That is my headcanon.
Jesus, I'm Russia? I mean...
Wait, I'm British?
I just see us as like GTA characters and I got the tracksuit on.
There you go.
Yeah.
Andrek for 5. Shadows of the Damned, hella remastered. For those suffering from hetero deprivation, also known as Veilguard Barv syndrome, like McNuggins.
I feel like I've heard Shadows of the Damned. All I ever want to do is make a video about old video games and just lose my mind. Because I can't even watch old commercials of stuff and not get excited. And it's not nostalgia, because some of them I really wasn't even, like available to ever appreciate at the time. It's just a vibe that's different. It's clearly men were selling you something, man.
I'm glad you brought that up because my buddy just sent me an old commercial today from Kmart. Everyone's seen this, so when you see it you'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen this commercial. This is like their famous commercial. I gotta play this for you though. Hold on a second. Because this is the vibe that you're talking about.
Ship my pants. Right here? Ship my pants, you're kidding. You can ship your pants right here. You hear that?
You can ship your pants?
Free.
Wow, I just may ship my pants.
Yeah, ship your pants. Billy, you can ship your pants too.
Yeah!
Sorry.
My pants, and it's very convenient.
Very convenient.
I just shipped my drawers.
I just shipped my nightie.
I just shipped my bed.
If you can't find what you're looking for in store, we'll find it at Kmart.com right now and ship it.
Is that the vibe?
Sorta. It was what I appreciate was having a kid in anything, and it wasn't creepy. Don't you miss that?
Oh yeah.
Now it's always creepy when a kid's involved. Always.
Doesn't matter.
And before they race swapped Jake from State Farm.
That happened.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is the original Jake, the white one.
Khakis. She sounds hideous.
That would never fly. Saying, well, she's a guy, so.
I'm about to go back and harvest just a bunch of old clips for buttons and stuff, man. It's so sensitive these days. And that's part of what ruins Dragon Age. You can't even role play as a bad guy.
Right. It's like a role-playing game.
That's what shit used to be for, that's what save points used to be for in a role-playing game, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna save this game and burn this you know what I mean? And man, to be honest, I remember playing Hogwarts Legacy and thinking I could only like this better if Quidditch was in the game and if I could try to fight everyone in this school to the death. Yeah. And inevitably, like a 5-star wanted system, like Grand Theft Auto, the headmaster would come down and be like, "Oh yeah," and we'd be fighting on a table in the I don't know, some shit. I just miss it. And remember, do you remember Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor?
Shadow of Mordor, yeah, that was a great game.
The Nemesis system. Warner Brothers is sitting on the Nemesis system. I 100% expected it in Harry Potter. They didn't put it in there.
Interesting. I wonder why.
Lazy, forgot it, stupid.
Because it was such a good thing.
And it works so well in universe where they just come back because, your kids, you're not really killing each other. So they come back and they're like, I remember our last duel. And it's some wrestling intro, some shit like that.
Billy Lamar's for 5. McDuggins is the only relevant character in Trans Age, the Failguard. I would argue that is accurate.
They're building the legacy like Asmongold's Dirty Room, dude.
You're right.
All they had to do was let it pass, but
Dude.
they're making that character the thing this guy got banned on Twitter over. And now he's going to talk about it I'm going to talk about it. You're going to talk about it. What a sad shame. What a sad shame for those people. Because to me, they're the squeaker in a lobby. You know? Remember we used to teabag the person that was squeaking the loudest in the lobby? You might as well be yelling, don't teabag me, don't please.
You remember? Didn't they try to like call that like hate speech or something? Teabagging? They tried to like ban it. And then
I saw a developer that was triggered by teabagging, dude.
Yeah.
And that's where it starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what the
Because I saw the same thing in Fortnite. Remember, Fortnite made it so you can turn off the laugh emote because it's like too offensive or something.
Yeah.
So they have a toggle for the laugh emote. There's another one called Take the L, where you kind of do like a Pennywise dance with an L on your forehead.
Yep.
That's toggle off now. They've just made this like everything's bitch mode. I remember when teen games you could have a little cleavage. Now they try to take that away from the mature games, man. So
Benjamin Snorkelins for 2. TFW, the feeling when her flatness savvy is curvier. No comment on that one. Jackson Cabrera for 2. Make gaming great again. Billy on the Mars.
That's a deep diss somebody said, man. I was trying not to think about that. Savvy is curvier. Not saying she doesn't have curves. I'm sure she has bigger breasts and ass than any of the stupid characters in these games that they crank out these days. But as a white woman, you know, she comes with the stigma of not having a crazy ass unless she's either bought it or put work in the gym. And I don't know Savvy's lifestyle, but I figure I would probably see her more if she had something. What?
She did post on Twitter, I think, if I recall correctly, she posted a picture of her full body and put it next to the character saying,
oh my God, she served herself up as an example to indicate that she's better. Of course she is. What a fucking crazy situation.
She's amazing.
Most girls could put heels on and have more going on than what's going on in the game. That's why they block her, man, is because she's a woman countering the point that we're doing this for women because they're objectified, blah, blah, blah. And she comes out and said, no.
She's confident in her own skin, which a real woman should be. Like, they're trying to take that away from
Wrong. Now she's J.K. Rowling, like all of us are. Yeah.
Cancel her. How dare she step out of line?
Did she just speak for herself? No. Next she'll want to vote. You know what I mean?
Right. Billy and Mars for 5. They can't laugh at themselves because they're miserable. Well, they also don't understand humor, but so they want everyone else to be just as miserable as them. Misery loves company. Very true. Thank you for the 5. Jao Bert for the 5.
He's going through the vortex. I'm sorry, your audio just got weird, and it sounded like straight out of a video game. Like maybe lightning struck, and then it was like you were going into a vortex or something. It was really confusing sounding stuff. Continue,
I was really bad at pronouncing his name. Wow, Compact, I was poor. So my 286 was Taiwanese Frankenstein, which HD was delayed and worked on floppies for weeks. I mean, my first computer was a Tandy and a Commodore 64, so I go way back.
Damn.
I mean, I'm the youngest in my family, so my brothers always got all the games when I was growing up, so I had them before any of my friends.
I gamed primarily with my uncle. I remember shit like Final Fantasy VIII and like going back further, the Tomb Raiders, and how like that was insane for the time and everything, you know? And he really lost it on Resident Evil and Silent Hill, and remembering those experiences and how, I don't know, they just packed a different punch than they do these days. I think they want to make everything God of War these days, and it's going to take a few more games to kind of reaffirm that assumption, but we'll see.
It says Benjamin for 2. Smash, look up Hardy Kondabolu, please. Which he's a American comedian and writer.
The reason they ask you to look this guy up is because I think he's one of the douchebags behind getting Apu removed. So he's like a professional woke guy that only has a platform because he is a victim, you know? And I'm telling you my story about how awful this was in my life and stuff. You know?
He made a movie called The Problem with the Poo.
Oh, yeah. He's not the only one. There are a bunch of other people who jumped on that train too.
This is a grift to make money. Why do people not see this? Like, it's so obvious. Hey, let me make a movie, get money from that, and get something canceled, and have a agenda in mind and a end goal to get to, and that way people support me.
I completely, and you understand it too, the idea that something can over time develop a kind of insensitive, you know, and maybe it will instruct some people to act stupid. Maybe you have weird experiences at school. But at the end of the day, man, everybody in the context of this show was getting theirs. And I saw something online about how they thought Marge was black the other day. And it was like, guys, what the fuck are we doing, man?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh my God. And that's how I feel with this guy, is like, you give some people the opportunity to make it about them and they'll go as far as they can with that. The problem is that they listen to these people, and hopefully moving forward, these people will be wonderful examples of why we shouldn't do that. And this clip that we're watching right now, I feel, is an example of what'll happen if you guys let the woke take over in a studio.
But the woke want to erase history so that they can refresh and clear a new palette for people. Like, they want to take down statues. They want to destroy figures of history. They want to cancel what happened in the past. It's like, even if you disagree with what's happened in the past, it's still history. It still happened. Why would you want to get rid of it unless you want to push a new ideology on people and want them to forget about what's transpired in the past? Because history always repeats if you remove it. Dragon Master, we're never gonna get through these. I'll go faster. Dragon Master 0 for 2. At least not all gays agree with leftist ideology. True, very true. Trash is a misogynist. By Billion of Mars, thank you for the 5. I like how you just add an R to it and it literally makes the name hysterical. Trash. Ministry of Wrong Thing for 5. Yet they call us gooners for asking why Lara Croft has a Madam's apple. Never heard that. Madam's apple. Love it. Imagine if this was a straight up dude against a chick on the wall.
A normal RPG by, less diverse studios than this would allow us that opportunity. But no.
I like how I read that. I like how I read that right at that part, by the way. But say that again. Yeah. A normal RPG with.
I'm just saying a normal RPG, and this is my favorite part about the diversity and inclusion bullshit, is they go crazy marketing themselves as this type of group, and then they make something hilariously and objectively inferior to what the less diverse group of white dudes made before them. So it's kind of you're doing this to yourself. You're actually ruining it for qualified and talented people who might want to pursue this as a passion, and it needs to be a passion because it's extremely time consuming. It is your life that you're trading in service of this fucking thing, and it's not just a cakewalk. It's not just a job for everybody.
But what you just hit on right there is exactly what the problem is, because these people are such like closeted weirdos that they have no grasp of reality. So this is what their concept of reality is. Because
what I love is watching the second that their safe space echo chamber on Twitter was penetrated because a different owner took over. So now the people that were paying to be the only voices, they're not the only voices anymore. So we got to run away. The first thing they want to do is run away to this new echo chamber. Oh God. Okay. Here we can, let's only talk on LinkedIn. Let's only talk on Blue Sky. You know what I mean? And
you notice, by the way, when they do that, anyone who's normal just doesn't give a shit, and they get so mad. They're like, "Oh, needs to be where everyone goes. Why do they not? Why is this not the big platform?" It's because we don't give a shit. Because they want to control people. They want to control us, and we don't go over there. They get mad that we're not there to be controlled in their echo chamber.
If you have Spanish, Russian, specifically Japanese, man, they don't give a fuck. All right, people that observe some of this culture nonsense where they're forcing their ideologies, forcing what they think their ideals of beauty and stuff like that, they will really, no filter, unleash some fucking scathing shit at these people. And it's so true. I realize how, even though gaming makes the most now, we have like the dumbest people behind the ships.
Yep.
Like at the helm, they're so
Well,
dumb.
you know what it is? It's because gaming got so expensive. It went mainstream, and it went to investors, and then it turned into what's popular. Let's just copy that. That's like gaming in 2024.
I think at the point we're at now, we're about 2 years removed from when they could get away with some shit because there was still talent enough in the studio to ride off the back of. I think the talent has read the writing and fled these places. So now we're left with the ideologues exclusively, and even off of, thick accent Indian YouTube tutorials, they can't even figure out how to use the engine that everybody's using to mix up a game that people would like. And that's the best some people can say is, well, it looks pretty. Jesus, man.
We got I love Scotch for 2. Tribalism cause loss of critical thinking. Well, it does. That's the end goal of it, is trying to get people to all think the same way so they can be controlled. It's all about power. It's not, you get the money, you get the power. That's what it is. They're trying to
Then
skip
you get
that
the
step.
sugar, you get the women.
What movie was that from?
I think it was an episode of Simpsons I'm remembering, where he's mocking a movie, though.
Yeah, I remember that too. That's what I was thinking of. It feels like Antonio Banderas or something. Albatross for the 5. As much as these activists complain about gamers, these self-inserts scream and plead and beg the game audience to love them. Insane behavior. I have no additional comment because yes. Thank you for the 5. Dragon Master 2. To them, bend the knees means further submission. 100%. That's why they want to inject it in there, even though it makes no sense in the context of doing a push-up. You don't bend your knees to push-ups. Some Gator for 5. In a similar vein, how far out is unnecessary censorship in games going to slow down, i.e. Dead Rising? How far out is unnecessary censorship in games going to slow down? I don't understand that. I think what you're saying is, like, how far out in a timeline?
Hey, man, go subscribe to me on YouTube, because that's exactly the kind of dumpster juice comment that you break my brain trying to, like, and it's not a rude thing. I appreciate you and I love you for commenting that, but you gotta understand that I hope that you speak another language and like translated that. In a similar vein, how far out is unnecessary censorship in gaming going to slow down do be as, like, you know what I mean? That's awesome. I want to try to answer this question, gauging what you may mean. Like, how long do you think we'll have to tolerate unnecessary censorship, maybe?
That's what I was getting out of it.
And I think personally it's about 1.5 years.
Yeah.
1.5 years, because I am working very hard to explain to my Japanese friends specifically, as a black man in America, I can't stand any of this pandering. And we recognize it as lazy pandering that they're claiming is diversity and inclusion, but it is really just them lazily trying to sell themselves on this thing. And as I explain the hypocrisy or contradiction, as far as I'm concerned, you want accolade for your diverse studio, how many women you have hired, how inclusive and representing different pronouns and genders you are, but your product is less popular, less profitable, and inferior, like in a technical way. It is unpolished. It is unfinished. You can't blame how long it took. Some of you were in development for better half of a decade. You know what I mean? But then the less diverse studio 10 years ago made something that was crowd pleasing and appealing, almost like they understood the assignment. So I communicate that then to them so that hopefully when they make their big videos that get a lot of traction, I'm seeing with some of them. One of these dudes is like a cabbage guy. I don't know if you've seen him on Twitter.
Yeah,
And all the way back with Sweet Baby Inc., I was really trying to stress how, no, none of us want this. You know, they see the black people on screen, they see the women and the dyed hair people, and they think that's a good majority of us. And as kind of messed up as it is to say, voting with our wallets will not be enough. Trillions is an amount of money that, you know, a lot of people can't really even visualize or kind of understand. And that's how much BlackRock and other entities like that up the chain have to waste on this. Even if they were to get rid of all the woke people right now, if they decided something else was going to be what they want the video games to be a platform for, the Disney to be a platform for, that could happen overnight too. Yep. So the answer to this question for me, sorry, and then you can answer it, is that I think 1.5 years, but that doesn't mean that it won't be replaced with something equally as cringe. It doesn't mean it'll completely go away. So we need to be vigilant because Concord, Dustborn, Dragon Age, it's put people on edge, and they're behind the scenes. They know that they can't do this and expect not to get this kind of reaction financially. So they're going to try to trick us, which means tits, which means pretty women, which means less exclusively black people on screen, less developer documentary. You saw that Halo freaking, the Halo Studios thing, where immediately they have an Asian woman come out and say, I was told I could be my authentic self, you know? And then a dyed hair black woman with purple hair comes out, dude. And if you look this lady up, she has like some sort of background in AIDS specialists. Yeah. Like with like LGBTQ. And I'm like, my God, dude.
What are we doing?
All of you are just the same person. No wonder everything you make isn't appealing. Your audience is not you. So I don't know who needs to get it, but when they get it, you know, shit.
And I would just add on to that. I agree with you. But I think one variable that we're not talking about, the elephant in the room, is the whole censorship angle of the ESRB and what happens with that in the coming years. Because I said this in a previous stream, I'll say it till my face turns blue. After this, Gamergate 2 dies down and goes away, because it eventually will, these always do, at some point. The next big battle is the ESRB. And that's already going on right now, but there's just nothing to really grab onto. You can't hold on to anything. That's why the whole Madame Savvy getting blocked by them is something tangible. Finally, we're like, wait a second, now we got something.
I'll be sure to talk about that then. It's for me, you know, and I know it's kind of not childish, but almost not schizo, paranoid is the best word. I just expect there to be new avenues of bullshit coming that I have yet to concoct. You know, I can't even conceptualize what angle they're going to play next. They know this stuff is failing now. I like to think people behind the scenes in BioWare, in Firewalk before they were shut down, they could have convinced themselves they were gonna get away with this. But the way that some of them are freaking out now in meltdown responses, it's very clear things aren't going the way that they need it to be going. You know, people are rejecting their slop. And when I say people, I don't just mean us and the informed or the choir, so to speak. I mean normal people who don't go to the church of education, of truth, or whatever we want to call it. They are just seeing this crap on a TV trailer or a game show. They go to a store and they go, ugh. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Look at what's on screen right now. My God, bro. And you're calling this a woman? No. Or better yet, because it's a remake, because it's a remaster, because it's a 10 years late, you know, follow-up, reboot to Saints Row, Dragon Age. They're expecting it to look like they remember Kunari to remember. Rigid, edgy, dark, grim. And instead they're getting this laffy-taffy new school, and it reminds me of the cartoons that got Cartoon Network canceled. That's what it reminds me of. I don't know if you remember a cartoon called High Guardian Spice, where a bunch of woke people came together to make it. You never heard of it, but it might as well just be another Steven Universe that they're making everything look like, just nice and normy. And before you know it, every cast is a Burger King Kids Club, everything smooth SpongeBob, the women are Doris from Shrek, and we can't get away from it. But we won't buy it, so even if you put it out for free, which they did with the Concord beta, nobody's was interested.
Which was funny because Alyssa was trying to say, like, that the BioWare's Dragon Age game numbers were not as good compared to Monster Hunter because Monster Hunter was a free beta, and I'm like, no one told her about Concord.
All of their takes are invalid. Oh my god, it's Kung Fu Hot Dog. Is he a member on my damn channel? You
I don't
son
know,
of a
but he's
bitch.
a member of mine now, and that is hype.
That's one of the funniest freaking guys out there because and the nicest thing we can do for a guy like him is not mention him at all. I talked to you about why I'm not on like Hypnotic or your guys' stream before, and it's because, boy, the trouble that I might bring you, I just didn't want to heap on anybody's plate right now. But that guy, he be saying some shit where it's like, bro, you know what I mean? When you know where you at right now, chill out. My God.
Well, he is a fellow breast lover, so I'm a big fan of him. So
Yeah,
thank you
yeah.
for becoming a member, Kung Fu Hot Dog. Disgusting, which has one of the best usernames. I love it. Very happy to finally be able to catch a stream. Time zones are an oof, and with Kyle no less. You guys are awesome. Unlike Dav, which is either the final or next to final nail in the DEI coffin. Oh, you have some high hopes if you think Veilguard is the final or next to final. There's always
Really? No. I thought you meant from BioWare. Do you think BioWare closes after this?
Yes, I do.
I think so too. Yeah.
I actually have some more information that has come through that I eventually need to make a video on, which I've gotten more intel from internally at BioWare. Where
I just know if Mass Effect came out next year, bro, nobody's buying that. We don't trust them anymore. That's what they need to understand.
They need a rebrand. It's done. They've destroyed whatever good faith they had. This was it.
They gifted me this, dude. This whole little video, man. I'm sorry. Continue, my.
No. This is great, and thank you for the 10 again. Disgusting. Hypnotic and Rapture for the 2. V and Kyle together on stream with you. Win. Oh, I do love V. He's awesome. You know V?
Yeah. Love his content.
Yeah, I would love to get him at some point.
You know what makes him so good is that he's like so removed from all of this.
Yes.
I think that's what people kind of like about us is we were here long ago enough to remember, things weren't this gay before.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
But they feel the same way. My gay friend, I got this furry guy, my best friend Anil, and he hates this stuff.
Yeah. Oh no, I get it in the comments all the time. And I have someone I know that's trans, and they watch my videos and they're like, I'm with you on this. I'm like, okay, good. I'm in your mind, I'm not crazy when I'm calling all this trans stuff crazy. They're like, no, you're right on point with it. And that's why I think it's funny when other people who aren't trans are trying to say that I'm being like, I don't even know what even the word is, mean, rude, dehumanizing. I'm like, no, and you're not even trans. You can't even say that. You're just trying
I've used the analogy before of like, a pendulum swinging back.
Mhm.
But for me, it feels like the pendulum is like loaded into a slingshot, man. And it's going to come back so fucking hard. And I sit down with friends. Sometimes we put the TV on, bro, and the commercials look like the video games. You know what I'm talking about?
100%.
Where it's like, oh my God, is there a rule not to show white people?
Oh, you know what
fuck?
The funniest part about that is my brother actually called that out years ago. Like I'm talking like a decade ago. And he was like, interesting how back then it wasn't so much the mixed race couples. It was more of the it was two whites, like a male and female, husband and wife. And it would always have the same punchline of, oh, aren't men so stupid? And that's like the punchline of every commercial back then. I'm like, once he pointed that out to me, I was like, oh my God, it's true. It's trying to prop up the women because they did the market research being like, oh, the women are the ones buying things. Let's like make them feel empowered, talk down to the men, make the men sound stupid because it's funny. And the women will feel like, yeah. And it's the direction that the entire commercials were going in. Radical Reggie's in the comments, by the way. What's up, Reggie? Pest for 2. Good to see you, man. Kai, do you fuck with Murs or Doom?
I think the answer is Doom.
Okay.
What are they saying? See you, Grums. Oh my God, Grums was in the chat. Grums.
Wait, Grums is here?
Yeah, they said see you, Grums.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. Get some sleep. We're trying to get through these supers. Good to see you, Grums. God damn. This has been a hell of a stream. We're going on 4 hours right now. I'm out
Oh, I
of water.
apologize.
My voice is getting raspy.
Yeah. Let's get out of here. I apologize.
Yeah. Let me go through these real quick. I'll speed round. Well, I say that and we always end up talking. The Deep Fryer for 5. If you want to see a great Kunari character, look up Iron Bull from Dragon Age Inquisition. He's a glorious, well-written character. And I've heard great things about the actual characters from Inquisition, which is something that's desperately missing from Veilguard. Spitfire Z for 20. One of the studios I worked at a while ago talked to Powell Group thinking they could help with pitch deck stuff. Had no idea they were doing this stuff behind the scenes. Just shows that these people hid this stuff for years. That's a 20 banger, by the way. Thank you, Spit. Never gets old. Thank you, Spitfire. Appreciate you. And interesting situation with Powell Group going on. Zan Zoltan, a member for 2 months. Hail, Smash JT and Kyle. Kyle, you're awesome. I'm going to see your videos. You sound like a base guy and deserve 100K subs, just like Smash. Hail. Well, Kyle, you're at like 108 now, aren't you? Did you mute?
Sorry, I was talking to Dio really quick. Yes, and thank you very much for the Emancipation Proclamation. I don't know what to say, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm at 108 now, and that's thanks to, I never expected that kind of thing. I think, just feeling out my channel, it's almost a little loose in the way of where I'm going and what I want to do. And one day when, gaming just started sucking for a hyper-specific reason, that was why I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about this. I don't care if anybody listens. And before you know it, a bunch of people were in the comments saying, I feel this way. This resonates with me. So thank you.
The first time I ever heard about you was when you had I was late to the party with you. NevG, I don't know if you know NevG, but he DM'd me on Twitter and he's like, bro, Kyle just made a video and you're in the intro song. And I was like, who? And what? And I listened, I was like, holy shit, this guy's amazing. And then I was like, oh, he does this every video? How? I got to ask you now that I have you one-on-one here. How do you do that? Like, that's so much work with the song every video.
The thing about it is, and I know this is going to sound rude if anybody watches it and feels like it's, good quality. I'm not saying it's bad, or great quality is a better way to frame it. But to me, the stuff that I mix up as an intro in the videos are so much worse than what I'm capable of that, it almost feels like I call it just paying a cringe tax, because some people do want a bit of the silly, a bit of the fun. And I'd love to rant for a whole video or like put on show, not like a skit or something, but like some kind of silly talking from the perspective of a developer. But for me, it's just easier to summarize this thing because, and this is what birthed it. It came from this place. I can't be funny. I can't speak my mind. I can't say what I want to say, but YouTube will let me sing it. So when it started that way, I was like, I'm going to put what I want to say here, but I'm also going to package what's happening. So there's a hour-long, I think it's called like 1 hour musical rejection of id poll and gaming or something like that, identity politics. And it just runs like a diary of what happened in gaming from a perspective that my opposition has made entirely unique. They refuse to cover what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing that I'm creating is like one of the few encapsulations of what entities like your Shillups or your Yong Yas refuse to cover. And in a scenario like it is now, where we're actually shocked that Skill Up might be honest, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This is where it starts to feel like there's going to be a tide turn. Feels like I'm giving people their balls. You're giving people their balls. Hypnotic is giving people their balls. They were just going to roll over, accept the demoralization, accept some of the... And again, that's like getting ahead of myself. I'm not saying we're the only voices on the online. I'm just saying when I see my own resources come back at me from people I've never spoken to in different languages, you know, I see that something is happening. It's resonating with people the exact way they wish that these terrible video games would, but they don't. That's why they're mad at you. That's why they're barking up your tree. They see people like you, people resonate with what you're doing. They want more, and more importantly, and I follow a lot of insufferable women on the internet, man. They are very insightful, and they educate me in a big way. The same way that this woman called to have somebody's squirrel taken and it inevitably got killed, it was because they look and they don't like how much more attention somebody else is getting than them. That's how these women feel when they make the ugly characters in the video games. And it is not a slight to all women. It is not a slight to all homosexual or trans or black or any group. Because I think we're all standing together against the fact that, you know, your insecurities are ruining these projects. And we just want to get back to having fun. And if it's with people that have so little a sense of humor, then we can never, you know, it can never be achieved. But yeah, no, the songs, they just come to me. I really got away from it.
No, that's great. I asked the question I wanted. That was a comprehensive answer, and I appreciate it, man. Jack Crispy 69 for 10. I think these woke games that just started recently popping up is simply publishers and developers releasing at the wrong time as the culture shifts back to the other side. That's true. There is like an 8-year development cycle, and back when they started doing it, they thought that's the direction it was going, and now it's ironic, but yeah. Excuse me. Mikey Doucette will sub for 2. Kyle, I can't wait for your reaction when Me 5 comes.
You know what's funny? You and I are both confused a little bit, but he means Mass Effect 5.
Oh, okay.
And I hope to God not. Do you want to know what I thought in the moment? I thought, I've heard of Me Too. Are you telling me 5 women are going to come out and say...
That's the first thing you thought of.
Oh, no.
That's funny. Adair Soto for 2. McDuggins play the music Amino in our religion right now. I don't know what Amino is, but yes.
That's the song that goes, Dorime, Ameno. Yeah.
Oh, got it. I'm glad you're here for that. The Hijabi Gamer for 5. This is why I'm also speaking up. I am a Muslim woman in hijab, and I am tired of DEI crap too. I will not be silent. They expect me to agree. Well, thank you for the 5, and I appreciate that. There's the other thing, people like, I'm sure you get this, Kyle. I get people DMing me a lot and also just tagging me on Twitter, just saying thank you for what I'm doing. I'm like, I'm just a dude that loves video games and yaps at a camera. Like, I'm really no different than anyone else.
Exactly. But it's still very heartwarming to know that these people that potentially had no idea it was this severe, that don't have the time to kind of jump in and mess around on the internet, can have somebody that's effectively, you know, championing their belief in a harmless way.
And it's really nice to have a platform to be able to use it for a reason now, as opposed to just yapping for nothing. Adair Soto for the 2. After this show, it's already heated now.
Yeah.
It is. Thank you for the 2. Jack Crispy 69 for 10. Question for Kyle. On a generational standpoint, where did you think all this woke mind virus started? On boomers' ignorance, millennials' fake positivity, or Gen Z's complacency?
Jesus Christ. Let me do you a favor, okay? Set a timer for 1 minute.
All right,
it is all of our fault.
I'm gonna go fill my water.
Okay. I apologize. It is all of our fault. Here's why. The boomers are the ones with the money. They're making the decisions and basically, approving things because they don't care. They only care about return on investment. If anything, they'll appoint somebody to care. And if those people are woke too, then we fucked up. Imagine you're just somebody that doesn't give a shit. You were born into wealth. You know to pay people to do the thinking for you. The people you hire to do the thinking are fucking stupid. So they make bad decisions and it ends up costing you money. Those are the boomers. The millennials are people like me. We are the talent. We kind of raise these things up. And unfortunately, through our negligence, through our sympathy, our compassion, we allow these people in because we know what it's like to be the outcast. We believe that, these people won't be so awful. The positive millennials, the grifter kind of handout, fuck, it's already a minute. They're the ones that kind of are harmless unless we reach the Gen Z part, okay? In a correct market where everyone has a voice and everything has a chance, people should be judging things based on whether it sucks or not. But Gen Z was just buying all kind of bullshit. Yes, all of them are stupid. Boomers, millennials, Gen Z are stupid. But from where I'm coming from, man, if Gen Z wasn't so tolerant of this crap, and they were a little more Kyle, right? They would never have made it this far. This woke shit couldn't have got this far. Yes, BlackRock got money, Disney got money. Some people can fail upwards. Some people can they didn't need us as an audience. They had their funding already. But some people were just of the belief that, it's not that big a deal, let's just watch it. Let's just buy and think of how hard we had to fight people not to hate watch Velma and things like that. A lot of that is going on in gaming, man. And we needed to get really loud about please, bro, stop buying this crap. Send a message. That's all it really needs to be, is a message to say, we don't want this. And that's what we're doing now. So I'm done. Congratulations. Thank you. You came back a great time. Yeah.
Let's see. Where was I? I think we're caught up.
Yeah. Finally.
Oh
I'm hungry. So
dude, this one way longer than I was expecting, but I'm definitely not complaining. This was an amazing stream.
I appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad that I could be the reason that Hypno comes to your stream for the first. I'm kidding, but
I mean, this was amazing. And again, I don't mean to be cutting it short after 4 hours, but damn, with 4 hours and 10 minutes, we
can do it again. Yeah. Man.
Yeah. But tell people where they can find you and what you got coming out next. If you got
I'm just over on the Kyael channel. That name, Cyael. I hope you think it's fun, even though most of my videos turn into a rant or a bit of schizo. And if you push back far enough, you'll really find some mesmerizing kind of weirdo content. So if you're into schizo nonsense or just funny songs that summarize gaming, that's where I am.
And you have some of the best rants on YouTube. And when you get cooking, man, there's no stopping you. It is a sight to listen to.
I appreciate it. A sight to listen to, yeah.
I don't know. It's late. Give me a break. Spitfire on the way out for 5. Not all of Gen Z is complacent. I'm early Gen Z, so are my friends and collection. And we all hate this shit and refuse to buy it. Amen to that. And Vectheon for $1. It says nothing. Thank you so much. Kyle, here you go. Kyle got great rap intros. There you go.
Yeah, right over on YouTube. Thank you. I apologize. Sorry. I know I made this longer.
And also, the touch of a black man.
That's from that. That's why I was scared to play Dragon Age, man. I just didn't want them taking any clips out that could end us. Honestly.
Come on, you are.
Oh, you know what? I think I would have landed in a situation like Hypnotic if I streamed that game. You know it, man. You know how important it is to me when I see something.
I don't know if there's a double standard because they don't know Hypno's race, ethnicity, so they kind of try
go in. Okay.
I feel like you fall into the Atreus thing where people know about you, so they're like, no, we can't cancel him. He's black.
Why is it that they're so unenthusiastic about going at black dudes? I got a history they love. Damn.
No, I'm saying I think Atreus hit on something today. with that. I never thought of it. I was like, wait a second, I didn't even notice that. That's true. Radical Reggie, you guys think BioWare is done after this? Yeah, you must have missed that earlier, but yeah, we both think they're definitely done after this. Spitfire Z for 2, colleagues, you didn't have to pay money to correct yourself, but thank you. And Benjamin for the 2. Kyle, the musical win. It'll be bigger than Broadway.
Oh my God.
I'd watch.
I'd want it to be gayer than Broadway. You know what I mean?
That is literally impossible.
You know, Taylor Swift couldn't save the Cats musical.
Oh, what could?
That's what I feel about gaming.
Like, seriously. Cool. Okay, well, I'll leave it at that. And I guess we will just end it with, I got a video clip to end it for everyone. So we'll call it a night. Kyle, thank you so much.
Thank you again for having me. Thank you.
It was, the honor and pleasure was all mine. Genuinely, thank you, dude. All right. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep. Have a good one. And stay smashing.